This is Andrew with the Best Tech. In this session, we're going to master how to create a full-stack cutting-edge job search application. We're going to take UI design into consideration, making the most appealing design for our application. We're going to cover various technologies, and the technologies that we're going to cover are as follows. We're going to use Firebase, not only for our front end, but we're also going to use it for our back end. We're also going to take a look at how we can create the most advanced Node Express server, as well as using Mongodb advanced queries in our back end. And as for our front end, we're going to be using Flutter, and we're going to use Provider as our state management. Our application comes with a lot of cool features, including a product-oriented Firebase chart. So without wasting any time, let's jump in and take a look at our application and introduce all the features.
This video is sponsored by Mockplus. Mockplus is a rapid prototyping tool. It focuses on effective collaboration and scalable design, and you can get started with it for free. Just use your Google account to log in with it and get started. Mockplus provides you an all-in-one product design platform to design faster, smarter, and easier. Just like as you can see in the video, everything is drag and drop, and whatever you want to design and whatever you want to design, Mockplus is the way to go. To get started, you can also request a demo. Since Black Friday is around the corner, you can get Mockplus products like RP, Cloud, and Classic for 60% off. And you can choose between annual plan and perpetual plan. As you work with Mockplus, you'll see the difference between Mockplus and Figma. In fact, Mockplus integrates better design than Figma. So grab the last opportunity and buy everything for 60% off. More about Mockplus, check out from the description link below.
And introduce the main features of our application. So if you open our application, the first thing that we see is our onboarding screen. So here we can slide, and to end our application, we have to press this button, continuous guest. So on our onboarding page, if we try to go back, now we don't have the ability to go back. So we should just enter the application. So here, our application, we have the ability to view the jobs without even logging into the application. But if you want to do more inside the application, then we should go ahead and log in. So if we go to our menu here, we have this zoom drawer. So our chart is going to have a chart. Our app is going to have a chart, bookmarks, and if you make an application for a job, you will see your applications here in the profile. So all these pages are logged. You cannot see them unless you log in. But before we go on to introduce our login page, let's go on to our home page. In our home page, we need to check our page, our job page. So this is our job page. We have description, the requirements of the job, and you are able to apply here. But since we are not logged in, we can only be prompted to the login page. So let's go back. Let's go ahead and test our search. So if we search for something, let's say for a job, we're going to search for something that's related to Java. So here we have a Java backend developer job. So if you click on it, you're taken to the job. Press back, it's the same. We press back, we are taken back to this page. And here we have the ability to see all the jobs that are the popular jobs that we have in our application. And if we click, we can be redirected to this page. So for a logged in user, have the ability to add this job to bookmarks. But for now, you cannot see where to add the job because we are not logged in. So let's go back. Same as here, we can see all the jobs that we have in our recently posted jobs. So let's go ahead and try to log into an account. So if you press login, we're prompted to our login page. So our authentication requires an email and a password. So I have an account already, but before we log in, we have a registration page. So we have to provide a full name, email, and a password. And our password here is obscure. We can either show it or hide it, but we don't want to log in as yet. So what we're going to do, we're going to go back to the login screen. So in our login screen, we have to enter the email. If we come to our profile, we are no longer redirected to the login page. We're redirected to our profile page. That means we are successfully logged in. And if we take a look at our product page, now we have the ability to add a job to the bookmarks and delete a bookmark. So if we delete a bookmark, this is the message that we receive. So let's take, for example, we add this job to our bookmarks, and we come here, we visit our bookmarks. So this is the job that we just added to our bookmarks. If we come and remove it, and we go back, that job is no longer existent. So that means our bookmarks are working fine. So down here, this user cannot apply for the job since he's the one who uploaded the job. So this is an agent account. So our application has three types of users. We have the administrator, we have an agent, and we have a user, like a regular user. So for an agent, they can only edit the job they've uploaded. So if they press edit, they're taken to this page where they can edit the job and re-upload the job. So here we have the switcher. Here we can choose from a choice chip. Let's go back. So if it is an agent, we go to our profile, and in our profile here, an agent has the ability to upload a job. If you are to upload a job, then you can enter the information of the job that you want to upload, and then you can press upload. Then the job will be sent to our backend. And here we have agent information. This part only appears if a person is an agent. And if you want to edit this part, you can click on edit. This is the information related to the agent. So let's press back. And here right on top, we have the ability to add skills. For example, we want to add one more skill to this list. We can just press this button and the text field appears here. So let's just write anything random and we add the job. We add the skill. So this is the skill that we have here. If we long press on the skill, we have an icon here to delete the skill. So if we delete, then the skill should be gone. So we should refresh the page a little. So the skill is gone. So right now, let's go ahead and introduce the differences in profiles. So we have one profile for agent and the other profile for a regular user. So for an agent, we have agent information, and the agent can be able to upload a job, but the other user can only apply to become an agent. And if he is verified that, okay, this particular person is now an agent, that's when they'll get a profile, which is the same as the agents. Okay, so now that we got that out of the way, let's go ahead, visit a job. So we have this job right here and we want to apply for the job. So if we press apply, we are taken to the chat. So this is our chat list. This is the agent that we're talking to on this particular job. And right on top, we have agencies and companies. So we'll get a recommendation. We'll get recommendations, random recommendations. Each and every time that we open this page, we'll get a different set. So here we have ChatPage at first. So if we go to bookmarks, come back to charts, it should give us a random. So everything is changing. Here, the last one is Dr. Dre and the first one is ChatPage. So if we refresh this page again, then we should get a different order. It's not supposed to be the order, but I have a few agents in my backend. That's why we can see the same. But if we have more, then you get 7 different agents each and every time a person opens a page. So let's take, for example, Dr. Dre here. If we click on Dr. Dre, we'll see the information that is related to Dr. Dre's agency, the name, the address, and their working hours, and the jobs they have uploaded to this application. So let's go back. Now we want to focus on our chart. We have the name of the person that we're chatting to, the time the message was sent, and here we have an opener. Okay, so if we click in here, our status is online, and we said it's a product-oriented chart. That means we're not opening a chart with a person, but we're opening a chart based on a particular product. And for this instance, our product is a job. So that's our product. So here we can set a message like hello. So before we send, let's come here, open our chart. So this is what we can see. So if I send this message here, it's going to be updated. So this message has been sent like at 15:24. That's the same time here. We want to respond to the message. So if we start typing here, we'll get a typing status on the other user. And if we send this message, we want to have our text fields here. We need to go ahead and have a height spacer right on top because we need to create a little bit of space on top. So here we're going to have a height spacer and we're going to give it a 20. After that, we need to have our text field. So here our text field is build text field, right? Like that. So we require a hint text, a controller, and we require unsubmitted. Okay. So we're going to use that. So we just need to have our logic here to make sure that we are not going to submit an empty value. Okay. So we can change this P0 to something like value. Okay. So let's keep it simple. If value dot is empty. So here we do have to add in our checker to get rid of the error. So we don't have an error. So here, if it is empty, then we're going to return a message. Okay. So we're going to say, please fill this field. Fill the field. Okay. So here it has to be returned like that, and we need to close it here, else we're going to just return. So we need to take care of the hint. So for first, we're going to have the job title. Okay, so here it has to be job title, and we need to go ahead and create the controller. So we're going to have quite a bunch of controllers. So let's go to the top and then add our controllers. We have to close the air bar. We are done working on it. So here, let's create our text editing controller. Okay, so this one might be long. So let's just call it a title like that. So let's just create all our controllers and then we can move on to create our text fields. So I don't know how many I have here, but I'm just going to go through them real quick. Company. After company, we're going to have location. After location, we're going to have salary. After our salary, we're going to have contract. It's supposed to be contract right here. After our contract, let's have our description. Now that we have our description, we need image URL. That's for the logo. So this one is going to be a little bit tricky. And now we need the ones for requirement. So I'm going to call them RQ. So that this means requirement, okay? RQ1 up to RQ5. We're going to have 5 requirements. So let's add 3 more. Now we got 3. We got 4. Now we got 5. Okay, so that's it for our controllers. So we need to have our title here like that, and let's save. So we have our field here. So let's visit this. So we have label here, so we can add a label. label as well. A label is a widget, so we're going to have text. Let's just keep it minimal. Okay, it'll be okay like that. So that's going to be our first. What we can do, let's add a padding, and we can give only bottom here, because we are trying to avoid to write a lot of lines. Okay, let's see whether it's closed or not. It's not closed, so it's going to give us trouble. So after we close, then we're going to go ahead and have our other fields. So the next one is going to be for the company. So we're just going to copy this one as it is. If there's need to adjust the padding, then we can do that. Okay, there's no need to adjust. We just need to change here the title to company. It's supposed to be company. Let's keep it as company here. Okay, and change this to company. Right at the bottom, let's have our description. So we're just going to copy this and we're going to paste it down. Description, and here is going to be the same. So for description, we have to include max lines. It's a little bit different for our description. Okay, let's not make this description. We have to handle our location first. So let's have location like that. After our location, we can have our contract. So the best way is to just close the ones that we are done with, so that we can have a little bit of space. Contract. So one thing that you need to make sure of here is to make sure that you change these fields, okay? You change the text controller to the right one, because you don't want to send the same data over and over again. Okay, for that one is correct, this one is correct, and this one is supposed to be contract, like that. Okay, close it, copy, and paste it down. So let's have our description here now. So for our description, we have to include max lines. So let's go ahead and do that. Right on top, we're going to have max lines, and we are going to have a max lines of 3. Okay, so if we have max lines, let's see, we have to change this height. Okay, the height of the size box. So we do have height, and we have to give it a height of at least 100. Let's see how it looks. 100 will do. Okay, so after this, let's close this one. We want to deal with the easier ones before we go to the most complicated ones. At the bottom, we're going to just have a reusable text, and then we can have our requirements, because we're going to have some switches. We're going to have a switcher for the hiring, or we can, yeah, we're going to have a switcher and a salary period. Now we can put it here, because it'll be a lot of work if you try to use provider. Let's just have period as a text. Okay, so this one, we can copy this and put it here, period. Okay, the hint text is supposed to be something like monthly, annually, or weekly. Okay, so here we're going to have salary period. Okay, and right at the bottom, now we want to put our requirements. So we have 5 requirements here, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we can just copy one and paste it 5 times and then make some changes. But before we do that, we need to go ahead and just have a reusable text widget. And here we have to write a requirement. Okay, and a little bit of app style, and we have to assign it to app style. Size, we're going to use 15. Color, we're going to use, let's use black. For this one, I'm just going to go with black. And our font weight, we're going to go with 600, like that. So let's save. So we have our requirements here. Now we have to put a list of fields, of text fields, right at the bottom. So we need to add a comma right after this. Okay, get rid of the height since we copied that one, and get rid of max lines. Here, let's have a height spacer. We want to have a little bit of space between the widgets, so we're going to have a height of, let's have a height of 20. Add a comma. 20 is too much, so let's go ahead and put 10. 10 is okay. So here it's no longer description, it's just the requirements. We can just copy whatever we have on top here. That's going to be our hint text. Okay, in requirements, at least two lines will do. Max lines, let's have 2. For our height, let's have at least 80. Okay, so if we click, that's going to be our field. So now we have this one. We have to map it to RQ1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 5. And that's going to be 4. And that's going to be 3. Okay, let's save and let's check. Okay, this one is going to be 2. Okay, and right at the bottom, we're going to have, okay, let's leave it like that. We don't want to complicate things. Right at the bottom, we're going to have the submit button, okay? So we are done with our forms here. So this is, it's going to be the same, but we need one for the image. We need one for the image. We are going to put it right at the top, but let's have our submit button first, and then we can deal with our image. At the bottom here, let's add, okay, there's no need for us to add a height spacer. What we need to do, we need to just go ahead and have a button. So let's go to our profile. In our profile, we have a lot of buttons that we created before. So we can get one of the buttons from here. And we paste it inside here. We just have to import, get rid of everything that's inside our own tab. And we need to import the button. Let's format the code. When it comes to our button, we need to add a text. So here we're just going to have a submit text, and we need to add an image, this image that we have right here on top. So the logic is we need to upload a URL. Just paste a URL in our text, in our controller, in our text field, I mean. So if we paste in our text field, then we are going to set the value that we have in our text field inside of our provider, and then we're going to display an image. But for starters, we are not going to have that controller. We're going to use this image. So you can just go ahead and grab an image on the internet that you like to use, or you can copy one from wherever. If we have one that we've specified, you can go to Postman, to the Postman collection, and copy one of the URL that I used to upload the jobs. Okay, so here in our app bar, our custom app bar, we need to add actions. Okay, so inside of our actions, we're going to have a circular avatar, the one that we created, the one that we were using in our profile page. So here is going to take in an image, width and height. So we need to give it a width of 30. Let's give it a width of 25. It's supposed to be 25 here. And let's give it a height of 30. Okay, so here it has to be 40 and 30, like that. Let's give it a padding. No, let's wrap it around a padding. Okay, so we're going to give it a padding of 12, like that. So now it's all circular. So what we need to do, we need to have another field in here. So we're going to have it most probably before description. Okay, so this is the field for description. We're going to copy that field, and we're going to add another field here. Okay, so here there's an error, not an error, but a typo. It's something that we have to avoid. It's supposed to be description here, not contract. Right on top, we're going to have image URL, like that, and it's going to be the same here. But the logic is going to be a little bit different. So now we have our field for our URL. We need to get rid of these two, height and max lines. Okay, so it's going to be like that. What we're going to do here, we're going to put it in a row, and we're going to wrap the row in a size box. So we need to give our size box a width, and our width is going to be the width. Okay, as for height, we're going to take the same height as the text field, because the text field is wrapped around a container. A container is size box, if I'm not mistaken, and that size box has a height of 16. So we're going to put the same height here. Okay, so here we do have an error probably coming from here. Okay, so let's go ahead, add the size box, and we're going to add these properties here. We have to swap with parent, then we have to swap this with, no, not with child. Let's just remove the padding for now. Let's remove the padding. We copy these and we're going to put it in here. Let's format the code. And here we have to multiply this by 0. Let's put it to 0.8, like that. Okay. Now we do have another error. This is related to the image. So this image is supposed to be, let's see, profile pic. We're getting the profile pic here. So we change this circular avatar image to profile pic, like that. Probably we're going to run into another error, okay, related to the email. So let's go ahead and have a logic here, a condition. So what we're going to do, we're going to say if profile is equals to now, then we're going to display this. Else we're going to display whatever we have from the profile value. Okay, hopefully that would work. Image, same. Okay, so we have to get rid of the error before we proceed. Let's see. So our init state, since it's in asynchronous, it might take time to load. So what we need to do here, let's have another condition, like if our profile pic is equals to an empty string, then we're going to display image, else we're going to have our profile pic. Okay, so we're going to check first. Okay, that worked. And so we gotten rid of the error, or the errors that we have in our profile. Now to add jobs, now we have this. So this is exactly what we want. We want this, the text field, to be slightly smaller, so that if we paste a URL here, we can be able to set it to our provider, and then we can get whatever value we have in our provider and set it here as our image. Okay, so let's go ahead and have our button here to upload, and then we can handle our provider a little bit later. So here we should be focusing on add jobs. We had to like do a little bit of detour to just solve a problem. That's okay. We don't want problems that are unsolved. So right at the bottom, we're going to have a gesture detector. So this gesture detector is going to have on tap, and for the moment we're going to have an empty function. Okay, and then for our child we're going to have an icon. So this icon is going to come from and type on dot upload to cloud, supposed to be upload to cloud. Okay, so it's going to be like that. So we need to have main axis alignment here, and it has to be space between. Okay, like that. And we have to increase the size of this icon. So we need to have this size property. Let's give it a size of 30. Increase it a little bit to 35. Okay, 35 would do. And let's set a color. And as for color, we're going to go ahead and use the blue color. So it's supposed to be K blue. Okay, so let's format our code so that we can see. Okay, so here it's going to be K blue. So right now we need to go ahead and wrap this thing, this size box, in a consumer widget. So what we can do, we can just close it. After closing it, then we just cut it from here. Create a little bit of space, and we need a consumer. So let's paste the code. After pasting the code, we need to import provider. After importing provider, we need to have the object that we are going to consume. So let's go ahead and open our providers, our controllers. So in here, I'm going to put it inside skills provider. Okay, so we're going to copy this string. Once we paste it down, what we need to do, we need to change this name. Okay, so we're going to use Control D. So here we're going to say logo URL, like that. And here we're going to say set logo URL. They have to be capitalized. So here, instead of using set, you can use void. Okay. If you use void, then it's going to be like the way that you're going to call this function is going to be a little bit different than the way that we were doing before and the way that we were doing all along. Okay. So let's save that. After saving, we need to go back. So let's just close some of the things that we're not using. So here we're consuming SKUs notifier, and here it's supposed to be SKUs notifier, like that. We have 5 errors. Okay, we need to add a comma here, and we need to close this properly. Let's remove the dead code. So in here, what we need to do, we need to go ahead and call SKUs notifier. It's supposed to be SKUs dot logo URL, not logo URL, but set logo URL. So we are calling it like this now. We haven't done such a thing, but that's what we need to do. Okay. So here we are going to set the image to our value. So let's have another one here, another text editing controller. We're going to call it image controller. Okay, let's just copy the name, paste it here, dot text. So now that we have this, what we need to do here, we need to just print something just to test our provider. So we're going to print, and in here we have to access our SKUs notifier and logo URL. Okay, let's paste it down. So if we come to this size box and this build text field, we want to have unchanged. So unchanged, we want to do something. Okay, let's have value here. Okay, so we want to do it that way. So let's go back to our bar. It's a tedious process, but we have to do it. So here, what we need to do, we need to go ahead and set the logic. Okay, we need to have image controller dot text dot is empty. Then we're going to have, okay, so this should be inside, not outside. In here, it's supposed to be is not empty, or else we're going to display sizebox dot shrink like that. Okay, so our URL is empty. Okay, so what we need to do here, this image should come from our provider, not from the image that we have on top. Okay, so what we can do, we can wrap it inside of a consumer, and we're consuming SKUs notifier. Let's paste our widget here, and here it's supposed to be SKUs notifier with a lowercase. After that, we copy this SKUs notifier. We're going to put it here, dot logo URL. Okay, so now we don't have an image because our controller is empty. So what we need to do, let's just copy this URL. We need to try something. If we copy the URL, come here and paste the URL. Okay, let's see. I cannot paste anything. Okay, the controller is wrong. Controller is wrong. The controller is wrong. It's supposed to be image controller. Let's save this here. We have a value that we are printing here. One thing, it's really hard to get this without setting state. This value, it's hard to get this value. Okay, so what we can do here, we can try to skip it a little bit, to jump it. Okay, we can push this here, remove this, and we can have our statement here, our condition. Okay, so our condition is going to come from SKUs notifier dot image URL is not empty, like that. So here it's weird, I cannot paste code. So what I'm going to do is to have text inside of this, and I'm going to set the text to image. Okay, will that work? Initializer can be accessed. And let me just put the whole string in there. So that's supposed to be our initial text. Okay, so if I push this, then we're going to have an image right on top. That's the basic logic. And here our URL is going to be printed. So we need to do a little bit more, a little bit of validation before we push it. So we need to check whether the URL contains HTTPS. Okay. If it doesn't, then we are not going to submit. Okay. On submit, the value is not empty and a value that contains HTTPS. So if you want to take it a step further, you can go ahead and put extensions, but you have to duplicate this. Okay. Like you have to copy here. The value is not empty and let's see whether we can have 3 conditions. Okay. Then for the other one, let's say you put the first one, the first extension here. And for the next one, you can put all, then you can put your condition here. So that's a long list, like if you want to validate. Okay. So I'm going to remove these 2 validations. I just need to have this kind of validation, value dot container, dot contains, and this to make sure that it's not empty. Okay. So we are done with that part. Next, we're going to focus on submitting the job itself, okay? And then we can upload a job, then we can move on. So we're almost done with this part. What we need to do right now, we need to go ahead and create a function to submit our job here, okay? So what we're going to do, we're going to go to our services. Instead of our services, we want to open jobs helper. So let's go ahead and create the function to create a job. So here, when we're creating a job, we're going to need our token get recent. Okay, get jobs. Okay, so these ones are open. All of these are open. We want one which contains a token. This one contains a token, but we are looking for something like this. So we're going to get the one for bookmarks. Get bookmarks inside of bookmark helper. We're going to copy this one. After copying, we're going to go back to our jobs helper and you can paste it anywhere. After pasting it, what we require here, our return value is going to be a boolean and we need to change the name to add job. Okay. Add or create. Create is the most feasible one. Create job. After we create the job, we don't require any variables inside. So we need to import shared preference. After importing shared preference, here we have to return false. Okay. So our URL is going to change. Let's get rid of this. And we're going to put config.job. Let's close this. So let's take a look at the URL because we don't want to make any mistake. It's supposed to be jobs. The difference is the same, so we can get rid of one because we're using jobs all along. So let's just continue using jobs here like that. So here we need to change this get to post. After changing to post, we're going to require a body because when we are posting something, we require whatever we are going to be posting. So here we're going to post a model. So this model, we're going to get it from our arguments. So here is supposed to be string with the name model. Okay. So let's move on. Our return type here, it's a boolean, so we don't need this. Here, if the job is successfully created, we're going to return true. Otherwise, if our status is not 200, then we're going to return false. And down here also, we're going to return false. So that's all that we need to do for that part. And we need to copy the same function, and we're going to use it to update a job. Okay, so to update a job, we need the same. We just need to change the name here to update job. Okay, let's enter the correct spelling here. We don't want any confusion in the near future. So we're going to require a model as well. Our headers, the URL remains the same, but our method is going to change to put. Okay, everything remains the same. So let's save. We're done with that part. Let's save our config, close. Okay, so we need to come here in this page, add jobs. Okay, so in here, what we need to do, we need to have I forgot the name of the model. So let's see. It's supposed to be create jobs. Okay, so let's see. Create job requests, raw model is equals to create job requests. And here we have to enter the values that we need. We just need to map our controllers to these values. So for hiring, we didn't consider it because the logic is if a person is uploading a job, then hiring should be automatically true. They're uploading a job because they're hiring, okay? So that's why we didn't take that into consideration. Okay, here we need to have an array and we need to close this. So this one is going to be user UID. Image URL is going to come from skills. Contract is going to be contract.text, supposed to be text here. So we're going to just copy this text and we're going to put it here in front of each and every controller that we have. So hopefully our names are matching. If our name is not matching, then we'll probably get an error. So for these ones, everything is okay. For hiring, we're going to just set a boolean true. Okay. For our image URL now, what we need to do, we need to access our provider. So I'm just going to do it here. It's supposed to be skills notifier is equals to provider of skills notifier, and then we go ahead and close it here. So once we have access to this skills notifier, then we want to go ahead and get logo URL. So that's all that we need to do. So for our requirements here, we're going to have rq1.texts. Okay, so let's add a comma and we paste it multiple times. That's supposed to be 5 times. So here we're going to select one. No, that won't work. So let's just do it 2. It's supposed to be 3 here, and here it's supposed to be 4, and right underneath is supposed to be 5. Okay, like that. So let's go ahead and save. After we save, everything is done for that part. So what we need to do now, we need to go ahead and convert this model from to a string. Okay, so we're going to use create jobs request to string, and here we're going to take a raw model. So we need to create a variable where we are going to store the string. So var model. Okay, so we haven't used this model, that's why we do have like an alert right underneath. So to use it, we're going to call our job helper dot create job, and we have to pass the model. Then we're going to go ahead and send our requests. After sending our requests, we want to navigate to main. Okay, so here we're going to say get to, and we need to get to the main screen. And let's add consts, and right on top as well here, let's close this. Right on top, let's just copy this and we paste it down. Okay, after pasting it down, we need to change this to zoom notifier, and down here we're consuming zoom notifier. Okay, so we need to use this zoom notifier to set a new value. Okay, so before we navigate, we have to set our current index to 0 so that we can be redirected to our main screen like that. Okay, so let's go ahead and close it. So that's all that we need to do here. Let's go ahead and get rid of the, if we want to get rid of this URL that we are printing here. We don't want it to be printed anymore. It served its purpose. So let's go ahead, remove it from here, save again. So it's gone. So here we can just have, okay, let's see. Rust developer, okay, I do have that. Let's go ahead and do it again. Rust developer, company, Apple, location in California, contract, supposed to be full-time. So here on contract, it might be a little bit tricky for people. So you have to specify like, okay, so here we forgot a field. We have a salary field, but we don't have the salary itself. Like how much is the salary going to be? So let's go ahead, copy one of these because we do have salary here, but the salary is mapped to this period. Let's check description, logo, period, contract. So we don't have the one for salary. So let's have salary and let's put salary here. So we do have an extra field here. Description, we can put anything random here. Same as for our requirements as well. But here we need to just push this requirements. We put anything random. We got 5 requirements. Okay, so let's go ahead and submit. Okay, we do have an error. Okay, so at least we know where our error is coming from. So let's get rid of these two. Okay, or we can just, let's do as they say. We said listen to false on both. Okay, and we're going to set listen to false on both like that. We save. Okay, we still need to reset after we corrected the error. Okay, so here, random. We still need to test whether we are going to run into an error or not. That's the important thing. Okay, so we posted our job. So we don't know whether we got the job or not. So what we can do here, we can try to okay, so probably the job didn't go through. The job didn't go through. So if we come to Postman and jobs, get all jobs, that job should show up here. Okay. Oh, we forgot agent name. That's why. So let's go ahead. When you're posting a job, we require an agent name. So let's see. Okay, so we have a field missing inside of our model. Okay, let's save that. And here we need to add another value. Okay, agent name. So the agent name is supposed to come from shared preference. So we need to make this function asynchronous somehow so that we can get our agent name. So let's make it asynchronous here. So we're going to have a string, not string per se. So first we want to import our shared preference. Prefs is equals to shared preference dot get instance. We need to await. It's supposed to be a string. Let's just give it the name which is similar to the one that we used in our model. Is equals to prefs.getString, and the name of the string that we're getting is going to be username. Else we're just going to pass an empty string here. Okay, so this agent name is the one that we're going to use here. These ones, let's get rid of them and put them right here at the top. That's the only way that we can make things work without any problem. So we have to put them after our builder, before our scaffold. Even if we listen here, it'll be okay. So we need to add job. We are running into an error here. It seems like our job has uploaded, but we forgot one thing, the company. Okay, so if we visit our MongoDB jobs, this is the job that we just uploaded in it, but we don't have a company here. So let's go ahead and figure out what happened. So if we go back to add jobs, okay, we do have company here, but we have to check whether we do have the field for sure. So that's our first, and this is our second. So we do have company here. Let's see. Okay, so what we can do here, let's just add a field here in the database, or delete the job in the database so that our application can run. After deleting, let's just reload this thing. Okay. Company. Let's try to open our backend. Create job. We're taking the request body. Let's check our model. Okay. So we forgot company in our model. That's why we do have an error. So you need to check closely, because debugging this kind of problem might be a little bit tricky. You might think that you made a mistake in the front end, while at least your mistake is coming from the back end. Okay, so we need a company here. So let's just save. So this might take a little bit because we need to redeploy this like that. So let's just push the changes. So now back to our Flutter application, everything should check out. So what we're going to do while we are waiting is to just create a job here. We're going to put randoms. Okay. So be sure like whether you include the changes that we are making, because if you don't include them, you're bound to run into an error. And if you run into an error, at some point, if you ask a question, it's okay, but the process, the whole process is learning. Like if you run into an error, try to solve it before you ask a question. Okay, so we're going to just have our requirements here. Let's add all the requirements. I think by now our backend should be updated. Okay, so let's try to. Okay, there you go. We do have our job here, our image. So this is everything that we entered. Okay, so here we can just go ahead and delete this job from our backend because it's way too ugly to be kept in our application. But the process I've shown you. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and just update a job. Okay, so let's delete this. So it's been successfully deleted. So the next thing, let's visit our profile first before we go to update a job. But if you're updating a job, we're going to take the same form, but we're going to make a few changes to it. Okay, so here we can just copy everything that we have. And we're going to create a new page inside of jobs, and we're going to call it update. Update job. Okay, and it has to be a .dot file. Paste the code. After pasting the code, we need to change the name. This name. Okay, so we're going to say updates. So here it's supposed to be update. We have our spelling correct and everything is correct. So let's go ahead and save that. What I want to do here is to log out this user. Okay, log out this user, but first we go to our MongoDB. We're going to look for the same user. Probably is going to be our last user, this one, and we need to set this value to true. like that. So let's just update the job. After updating the job, let's not the job, but we need to update this part. Okay, is agent, and the reason why we are logging in is that we need to, we're logging out and logging in. We're trying to get a new token. Because let's go ahead. We might need to check to make a change as well, but let's see. The values that we, okay, we don't even have the value here. So it's a little bit tricky. So let's go ahead and make the change in this. So we're going to require a final bool. It's going to be is agent. Okay. So here we copy paste. We paste is agent here. Copy paste. And we want this value. So we are done with that part. And we need to make sure that we are sending this value alongside with the data that we're sending from the backend. Okay. So let's go ahead, open our backend. In our backend, we need to go to auth. Okay. So here we're creating an account. When you're logging in, we're putting that in a token. Okay. So we are sending it because here we're just removing his admin. So we are sending the data. So that's okay. So here, let's go ahead and have a value. In our shared preference, we're going to set bool dot is agent, and we're going to call it is agent here. We can as well go to our profile. Now the changes that we're making are minor, but they're the most important one. They're the glue to the application. Without those ones, the functionality, it'll be like a little bit odd to have some like that. So we need to hide this agent section. Okay. So we do have our stack here. Okay. This part, agent section. If profile dot is agent, then we show this. Otherwise, we are going to just show add agent. Okay. So right now, if we log out, we're not going to have any problem. And now proceed to log in. a.com. Password 123. Okay. Hopefully, we need to address this problem. Okay. It has not been initialized. Let's have some tests. Like, how are we getting the error? Okay, so if we are here, oh, we are logged in already. We are logged in already. So let's go ahead and log out and try to log in, but we're trying to log in from this profile this time. Oh, just try to log in from chart. Okay. a@a.com. The password is going to be password 123. So the problem is only related to that page. Okay, because it's going to take a little bit of time for us to add to get this value, because we didn't call the function. Okay, we didn't call the function to get preference because we removed, but we didn't get. So what we can do here, we can have a boolean. Let's try to solve the problem before we move. Bool is equals to, okay, let's just say is logged in is equals to false. So here, let's try to get preference before we run the profile thingy. We need to get the name. Here it's supposed to be get bool. Is logged in. No, is equals to false. So we can have this one for both. So basically what we're doing, we're trying to use this value. Okay, but how are we going to use it if this value is not declared, if we don't have this value? Okay. That might not work. That one might not work. So here, since we have our login notifier, what we can do, here we can have login notifier dot get prefs. We can run the function to get prefs. Log out, press login, a@a.com, password 123. Still the same. Okay. It's okay. It's okay. So what we can do here, the best way is to just log in from the other page, since we are not initializing anything. And the solution is going to be posted a little bit later because I don't want to waste too much time. We still have a lot of things to cover. So we just log in from one of these routes that we have. So here, let's just try to log out first. And we log in from any of these pages which are not the profile page. It might be simple though. We're just doing a lot, but it might be simple. Okay, so let's go back to our home page. Home. So here, that's where we are navigating, right? We are navigating, but here we're getting prefs. So that means we're getting our preference here. So here we can have a logic dot logged in is equals to true. Then we can navigate, right? Else we're going to go ahead and go to the login page. Get to, not go to. Let's get rid of that. And let's get rid of that. So instead of going to the page, we just go to the login page. Okay. That'll do, that would work. So here, a@a.com, password 123. Okay, our error is solved. Just a few lines of code. So now if you visit this, we're getting whatever we want to get. And here, since we are now an agent, we are being shown this. Okay, so that's okay. So now let's deal with our job. So if we enter a job here, we want to use the same value, okay, in our jobs page, the is agent value. Okay, so here in our views screens, we want to go ahead and go to job details page. So the first thing we need to, we have our login notifier here. We need to do something about this button, the apply button. Okay, so please log in if okay. Okay, that one is in shared preference. Shared preference. Okay, so here we're getting a job, so it's okay. We can get our prefs, create a function to get our prefs. So here we can just say get prefs, and it has to be asynchronous. We're going to have shared preference prefs is equals to shared preference dot get instance. We're going to await here. So the next thing that we want to do, we want to have our boolean value. Okay, let's close this. And let's close that too. Is agent is equals to, okay. So this value should be on top. We need to create the variable on top. Bool is agent is equals to false. Like that. And we need to call a function in here. Get agent. Is it get agent or get prefs? Prefs. Okay. After we get prefs, let's just print the value here so that we can know whether we have our value is agent. Yeah, okay, and it's true. So let's get rid of it. After getting rid of it, we need to go ahead and use it down below. It's going to be is agent is equals to is not agent, okay? Not agent, then we're going to display this. Otherwise, if it is an agent, we can put this right inside here. We copy this and we paste. So for this one, we still need to have our onTap function. It's something that's simple. OnTap, we should do something. So it's either we can apply for the job or we can. Okay, so here it's a matter of if statement. So we'll deal with that later. But for this one, we need to just have a string. So a string is going to be edit job. So let's go ahead. Okay, because this user is an agent. So to edit the job, we're going to have an onTap function. OnTap, and OnTap, we want to go ahead and get to a page. We created a page which is update job. Okay, so to update a job, the first thing that we need to have this let response. We need to just have this, okay, and go to our constants. Inside of our constants, we're going to create a new value right at the bottom, and we have to make it nullable here. So inside of our button, we're going to say job. The job from, let's see, where is this one coming from? Let's give it a name, which is a little bit job update, something like that. Something that's different is equals to, so this job update should be equal to this job. Okay, so it seems like we have a type error. Like the type that we are trying to use is not the same. Okay, so it ain't supposed to be a future here. Yeah, okay, so our error is gone. So let's add consts. After adding consts, if you visit a job, click on edit, we're going to be taken to this page. Okay, so in this job, we want to get the information related to this job that we are on and display it here in our text fields. Okay, so let's visit this page, and right here we're going to require texts like that. So our text is going to be job updates dot. So the first thing that we're requiring is a title. Okay, we have to put an out checker. So let's just copy, pastes. Are we in the right page? Okay. Okay. We have two texts here. It's supposed to be image URL. If we remove the now checker here, it won't work. So we should keep it everywhere. Requirements, index 4, 3, 2, 1, and 0. Why do we have two image URL? We have image URL and image controller. Okay. period, description, contract, salary, location, as well as the company. Okay, so we can press back and edit the job. So we have all our information here. That's exactly what we need. So let's try to, okay. That's odd. Edit. Okay, so everything checks out. So here, what we need to go ahead and upload the data. So you can make some changes here and then just update. Okay, so to update, we're going to do the same as we did for the other one. For we already have the function in here, so that's okay. We're just going to change a few things. We're just going to change a few things. Let me see. There's something that I need to do here. Get off. Oh no, it ain't that one. We need to go to jobs page, job details. Okay, let's see whether we have our error or not. Nah, not really. So the error is gone. So here you can use get off, not get to, because get to is to keep the context of the other page. So we need to clear everything and then we can move on to the next one. Okay, edit, upload. Okay, so our main focus is going to be upload. Is it update? Yes, update job. And when updating, okay, we are focusing on this. So this is going to be the same. So here we're going to use job update dot hiring. The UID is going to be job update dot UID dot agent ID, and everything else remains the same. Agent name is going to be, oh, we're not getting an agent name. That's odd. Okay, so we can just keep it as agent name here. But we will need to get agent ID somehow when we need to create our chart, because that's the main reason why we put it there. So we'll take care of that later. But this will be okay either way. Okay. So here we're going to call update. The list that we can do, let's just remove one word from here. Apple on site. Seems like nothing changed. Nothing changed. So to update our job successfully, we need to make some few changes. We forgot to add the job ID here in our function. So whenever we want to update, we should send the job ID, okay, in our URL as a param. So that's what we have here. We are getting it from our arguments here. So we have to pass it from where we are calling this function, and we're calling it in update job. So here, when we call the function, we're going to go ahead and pass our job ID as an argument, okay? It is going to be sent here. So here, let's take this job for example. We want to edit this one, prompt Google, and let's just change the location to New York. Okay. And we leave everything the way it is, the image, and submit. So if we visit the job, now our location is New York. So we are done updating, adding jobs and updating jobs. Okay. So that's all for that part. So for updating, adding an agent, it's something that we have to touch on a little bit later. Even if we don't touch on it, we have all the necessary tools for you to try to go an extra mile to make that happen. Our backend is set already. So you just need to follow what we're doing and then make those possible. So our next stop will be our chart. So our chart probably is going to be a little bit shorter because the chart is not that complex as the whole system that we created. Okay. So for this part, we are done. So see you in the next section where we are going to be applying for jobs. Okay, so right now we need to move on to our chat section. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to do with our design. So this is what our design is going to look like. So right on top, we have our menu, and we also have some tabs. Okay, we have some tabs, like 3 tabs, but our main focus is going to be this tab that we have here, and we're going to also take care of the agents here. Okay, so at the same time, we're going to be creating the pages for agents. The page for agents. For example, if I click on this agent, I'm taken to this agent's page where they have all the jobs they've created, and we'll be able to see them, and we can apply from here, and we can see the details about like the workplace and the working time. Okay, so let's go back. So this one, I'm going to minimize it and try to work on it here so that we can just have like a visual of what we're working with. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and open the chat list, okay? Because we are dealing with our chat list. So in our chat list, right here, right at the top, what we need to do, we need to just change the color of the drawer. We need to change it to K-Light. That's the first thing, okay? So it won't be visible. And now we need to go ahead and give our scaffold a background color. So let's go ahead and do that. So our background color, we're going to use a color. So here our color is going to be OXFF 17, 17, 17, 17. Okay, let's save it like that. Oh, that's a blue. It ain't supposed to be a blue, but it's supposed to be that dark. Okay. So this is the scaffold background color. So our scaffold and our app bar, they have to have the same color so that our draw can be visible right on top. So we're going to copy this background color, and we're going to paste it in our app bar. So we need to change the app bar as well. We need to change the app bar. We don't need to use this custom app bar, but we need to use the app bar here. So if we're using an app bar, let's get rid of this. Okay. Once we get rid of that, we're going to put the background color. So we copy this background color, we paste it in here. After we paste it, if we save, then this is our app bar. So here, if you see, we have some kind of an elevation. We need to get rid of it. So we're going to set our elevation to 0. So now our page is uniform. That's something that we are looking forward to. So let me close one of the simulators from here, which is this one. Okay, the system is kind of overloading. And close some of the stuff so that we will run our application smoothly. Okay. Okay, so let's continue. After putting our elevation, we need to put a leading, not leading width, but just leading. So our leading is going to be a padding widget. So padding, text padding. So here our padding is going to be edgeinserts.all, and we have to give it a value of 12. So here, let's say 12.w, and we need to give our padding a child. So our child is going to be our draw widget. So the draw widget is the one that we just deleted before because we wanted to change the widget that we were using. So here we need to pass the color. So we said for color, we're going to use color, and we're going to use K-Light. Okay, like that. So if we save, then we have our draw. So here, now we need to have our tabs. So to have our tabs, we're going to include our tixing provider state mixin here. Okay, so we're going to have, okay, with ticker provider state mixin, and right at the top we're going to have a let. So we need a tab controller, and we have to give it a name. Let's give it a name, tab controller, and our tab controller is going to be equal to tab controller, and here we need to include some properties right inside. So we need to give our tab controller a length. Since we're going to have 3 tabs, we can put 3 here, and we need to pass vsync. Okay, so that's exactly what we need. So we need to have these tabs right here. Okay, so before we even save, after our padding, so our padding, let's just say leading. After this leading, we're going to have a title. Okay, we're going to have a title. So our title here is going to be a TabBar. Is going to be a TabBar. But before we even proceed, we need to check whether a user is logged in or not. If a user is not logged in, then we are going to display sizebox.shrink here. So what we need to do here right on top, we're going to create a variable where we're going to store our login status. So we're going to have bool. Let's give it a name, logged in is equals to login notifier dot logged in. Okay, and let's close it. So once we have this value, we can use the value here. Okay, so if a user, let's say if this is false, then we're going to display sizebox.shrink. Else we're going to go ahead and display the tabs that we want to display. Okay, so right at the bottom we're going to have a tab bar. So let's get rid of this extra question mark. So our tab bar requires tabs and a controller. Okay, so let's bring this down, and let's add cons to this, right? Okay, so let's work inside of our tabs. So the first thing that we need to include here, let's include our controller, because we might forget our controller is a tab controller. And before we reach our tabs, we want to have an indicator. Okay, so our indicator is going to be box decoration. You know, box decoration, we have to pass a color, and our color is going to be color. So here we can use, that's 0x 00 BA BA. Okay, and that's going to be our color. After our color, we're going to require a border radius. Okay, so let's add a comma. After adding a comma, down here we're going to require border radius. As for border radius, we're going to give our tab a border radius of 25. So we need border radius dot all, and here inside of our border radius we're going to pass radius. Okay, so our radius has to be circular and we have to give it a size of 25. And in here let's include our screen utils. Okay, so we are done with that part. Right at the bottom we need to go ahead and have the label color. Okay, so the label color is going to come right after our indicator. Let's add const. So let's have label color. For label color, we're going to use klight. Okay, so here let's add a dot. So it's going to be klight.value. And for our padding, we're going to have a padding of edge inserts dot all, and our value is going to be a little bit smaller, so we're going to have 3.w. After that, let's go ahead and have a style. Like, what kind of style do we want to give to our tabs? Okay, so we are going to have label style. So for style, we are going to utilize the same style that we were using before. So app style, and we have to give it a font size. So we're going to go with a size of 12. And for the color, we're going to go with a light color. So we're going to paste the color here. And for font weight, we're going to go with W500. Okay, so it's like that. So right underneath label color, so we're going to have two colors, selected color and unselected color. So right here, we need to just specify unselected color. So for unselected color, we're going to use a grayish color with a little bit of an opacity. So here we can use colors.gray, and we want to include opacity. So let's go with opacity, and we want to give it an opacity of 0.5, like that. So right now we need to deal with our tabs. So for our tabs, it's going to be a list of tabs. Okay, so now we have our lists. So we need 3 tabs. So our tabs takes a tab, and a tab takes a text. So here we're going to just do with the text. So if we have over here, it takes a widget, an icon or a widget, either way, and this string. Okay, and it also takes the height. and a child, but we're going to use the text only. Okay, so let's go ahead and give this a name. So the first one that we're going to have is message. Okay, so let's just capitalize it like that. It's going to be a message. So let's just copy this tab a couple of times. It's supposed to be 2 times. We need to paste it 2 more times. Right at the bottom, we paste it, add a comma, and we paste it again. So let's add consts right outside to get rid of the complaining lint. So here we're going to have our consts. It doesn't have to be capitalized, it has to be lowercase. So we're going to have const here. So we're going to have something like this, okay? But we don't have the tabs, the TabBarView right at the bottom. Okay, so this is what it is going to look like. Okay, so we need to change this. Let's just say online here. Okay, in caps. So for the other tabs, we're not going to handle them. Like the stuff that's going to be displayed there, we're not going to handle. So since you have the tabs already designed, you can go an extra mile and try to fill in some information over there. And we are going to have groups here. If we save, then those are our tabs. Okay, so we are done with that part. And as for our body here, if a user is not logged in, then we are going to go ahead and display this non-user widget. Otherwise, we're going to display the center. So we need to deal with this center so that we can have our TabBar. Okay, so one thing that we can do, we can copy this since we have it already. Here we created a new variable. So here it's supposed to be like this, and we can get rid of this boolean that we created right on top and then just save. Okay, so down here we need to have a TabBar. So we can get rid of X and we can have our TabBarView. Okay, let's do it this way. We're going to have a TabBarView. So a TabBarView takes in children, but first, before we even get to our children, we need to pass our controller. Okay, so our controller is going to be the tab controller. So in here, since we have 3 tabs, we need to have three widgets inside. Okay, so let's take, for example, here for our children, we are going to pass, okay, let's just pass 3 containers for a start. So we have the first container. Okay, let's just give it a height and a width. Height, so the height is supposed to be height, and then let's give it a width and a color. Not that width, but this width, and let's give it a color. So for color, we can put anything. Let's just go with amber. So we can copy, add a comma first. Let's add a comma first here. And we can copy this and we can paste it 2 more times. Okay, so right now we're on the second and now we're on the third. So to see the changes, we can just change the colors here. If we change the colors, it makes it a little bit easier for us to know where we are. Okay, so that's exactly what we need. So next we're going to go ahead and work inside of our TabBar. Here is this first child. Okay, so we're going to remove this first child and we're going to put a stack. Okay, so our stack takes in children and our first child is going to be a position widget, and our position widget takes a child, so this child is going to be a container like that. So let's give our stack some properties right at the top, not our stack per se, but our position widget. Let's add a comma here to get rid of the problem. So here we need to have top, and we need to give it a top of 20. Let's give it a top of 20, and we need to have right and left. For right, we're going to give it 0, same as for our left. Okay, so now that we have that, we have to deal with this container. So inside of this container, we're going to go ahead and have a padding. So in our padding, we're going to require edge inserts. So we're going to use edge inserts dot only. We want to manipulate, okay, about 3 sides. So it's better to have only. And to the top, we're going to give it a 15. To the left, we're going to give it a 25. Let's give it a 25. And to the right, we're going to give it a 0. So here, don't forget to mention the side that you want to manipulate. So here, let's just put W Same as for the other ones. It's something that we should do when we are writing, not writing after. Okay, so after that, we're going to require a height. So we're going to give it a fixed height of 220 to 20. After giving it a height, we need to give our container a decoration. So here we're going to take box decoration, and inside of our box decoration, we need to have our color. Let's make it visible here. Increase the size a little bit. Oh, that's too big. Okay, let's just work with that color. So for color, let's see whether we have new blue. Yes, we have new blue. So it's supposed to be new blue dot value here. So if we save, then this is what we should have. Okay. So far so good. Right underneath our color, we're going to have a border radius. Okay. So for border radius, we're going to take our border radius. It's supposed to be border radius dot all. Okay, either way, border radius dot all or only. So let's go with only since we want to manipulate the top part only. So only inside of our brackets, we need to mention the sides. So we need top left. So for top left, we're going to have radius dot circular, and we're going to give it a radius of 20. Let's add a comma, copy paste, and we change the side here to top right like that. So let's save. So now we have rounded corners. Okay, let's add our screen utils here. Okay. Now we need a child for this container. Okay, but before we deal with our child, what we can do with the other widget of this stack. Okay, so here we're going to go ahead and add a comma, and right underneath we're going to have another position widget. Okay, so we need to add some props, same as this here. Okay, so we copy from the above, paste it here, and our child, let's give it a container first so that we can get rid of the error, and let's put this to something like 180. Okay, it has to be 180 dot, let's go with dot h. Okay, but we have, it's not visible at the moment, it's not visible. So what we can do, we can add the same properties, the ones that we gave to this container. Okay, so for this container, we are not going to give it a height. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're just going to copy the decoration from here, come inside, and we paste it in here. So we need to change this color from K blue to K light, and then we save. So for starters, we can go ahead and give our container a size so that it can be visible here. Okay, so we're going to give it a width and a height. So width, we're going to give it a width. As for the height, we're going to go with, let's just go with the height for now. Okay, so that's going to be our design. So we might need to push it a little bit up to the top somehow. So we'll do that in a little bit after we've designed our our column in here, the column that we are going to put in this blue part. So far so good. We can leave it like this, and then we can focus on this part. After we're done, then we can move on to the underneath part. Okay, so we said we need a child for the widget that we have on top, which is this container. Okay, because we only have this container, we have decoration, and we don't have a child. Okay, so here inside of our child, we're going to put a column. Okay, so a column takes children, and our first child is going to be a row widget. Yeah, okay, so after we've added that row, we need to go ahead and give it children, and we also need to give it main axis alignment. So our main axis alignment is going to be main axis alignment dot space between, like that. Okay, and for our column, we're not going to manipulate anything. So our main focus now is going to be inside of this row. So inside of this row, we're going to have our reusable text widget. So we're going to require a text. So our text is going to be agents. Okay, so it's supposed to be agents and companies, something like that. So you can write whatever you want to write, but that's what I'm going with. And we need to give it a little bit of style. So we're going to utilize our F style. So we need to give this text element a style, and the first thing that we need to do, we need to give it the font size, and we need to give it a color. So for our color, we're going to go with a white color. So it's supposed to be a colors klight dot value. Okay, so it's going to be like that. And for the font weight, it has to be normal. So here you can just, let me try to write normal. Yes, that would work. And if I save, then we have our text here. So that's exactly what we need. And we need two widgets inside of our children. Okay, so this is going to be our first child. Okay, so right underneath, let's have another widget. So we're going to have an icon button. So an icon button takes on pressed and an icon. So we want to deal with the icon. So here we're going to have an empty function. And okay, let's get rid of this. As for our icon, we're going to go ahead and use and design. So first, let's go ahead and have icon. Inside our icon is going to come from and design, and we need to use ellipsis 1, and we need to also give it a color. So our color is going to be a light color. So let's go with colors. Here it's supposed to be K-light, like that. So let's get rid of this const. Okay, so that's what it is going to look like. So here we need to focus on the lists. So since we're in a column, we've taken care of our title right here on top, our title, and this button. Okay, next we need to focus on getting the agents and displaying them here. So we need to go ahead and make the API call. So I don't know whether we've handled that part. So we're going to just take a look in our helper functions, whether we have it or not. If we don't have it, then we have to go ahead and create a new one. Let's move on. The next step that we're going to take is to create like an agent helper. So here we have our jobs helper, but we don't have the agent helper. So what we need to do, we can just go ahead. Let's just copy one of these, like say bookmarks. The bookmarks is a little bit, okay. We can copy this, create a new file, and we can have agents. It's supposed to be agent helper. Forgive me if the spelling is wrong. So now that we have the file, let's just paste what we copied from the other helper. So here we need to change the name to agents helper, something like that. So here this is going to remain the same. Let's leave this like this. We might need it in the near future. So let's focus on this get all. Okay, so what we need to do here, we need to go ahead and have a list of agents, right? So here we're going to say get agents, like that. And we don't need a token since it's going to be an open. It's going to be open. We don't need a token, so we might as well just remove this. Let's remove headers as well. Let's get rid of the headers from here. In here, we're going to have our URL. We should have it by now. So let's try to visit. We don't have the URL, so let's see. Copy paste. So we need to have the URL to get agents. Okay, so it's supposed to be users slash then agents, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, so here we're going to say get agents, like that. Okay, so let's save, copy the name, go to our helper. It's supposed to be get agents here. So here we need to process our data once we get the data. Okay, so we're going to call agents from JSON. Okay, we can change this from bookmark to agent, something like that. Not agent, but that won't do. So let's just agents. So here we don't have an error because our return type is the same. It's a list. So here it's a list of agents as well. Okay, so this is our first function. Let's get rid of the function that we have on top. We might not use it. Okay, right on top, once we call this function, I need to go ahead and just print something so that we can see whether we're getting something or not. Print, okay, it's supposed to be response.status. It's supposed to be status code here. So now that we got that out of the way, we can just try to go ahead and hook this up to our application. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and have an agents provider. So we go to our controllers. Let's see whether we do have one or not. We don't. So in our controllers, lib folder controllers, we're going to create a new file and we're going to call it agents provider. And it's supposed to be a .file here. So in here, we need to create a class and it's supposed to be agent notifier with one N, and it's going to extend change notifier. Okay, so we have foundation important. So that's going to be our class. The next thing that we need to do here, we need to go ahead and have, okay, we're going to have late lists agents. Okay, and we have to give it a name here. And we have to, let's just call it all agents, something like that. Something that won't confuse us, okay? And down at the bottom, we're going to create a function to get our agent. So we're going to have get agents. So inside, we're going to have a variable. We can either use this or we can make this a future. Okay, so let's see what's the best way to go about it. We want to use the best way possible so that we won't run into some errors. Okay, so let's use future. Okay, so we're going to copy this, and down here we're going to have a future. So it's going to be a future list agents. Okay, so we do have an error here because we need to wrap this as well here. And the error that we have is because we don't have a return inside here. So we're going to go ahead, create a variable var agents is equals to agents helper. Was it the way that we wrote it? Okay, this was the way. Dots get agents. We close. So here we have our list. So we need to go ahead and return this down at the bottom. So we're going to have return and we're going to paste this. Okay, so that's what it's going to be like. So what we need to do now, we need to go ahead and hook our provider to our main.dart because we didn't hook it up as yet. Let's see. Yeah, we don't have it. So here we're going to have agents notifier, and let's just reset this. Okay, so probably we might run into an error and we might need to stop and start our application again. But for now, let's just go ahead and continue. We're in our provider. So here we are calling our function. We have our function ready. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and call this function inside of our chat. Okay, here, so that we can get our data. Okay, so in our chat list, we're going to have another widget right at the bottom. So the first thing that we need a consumer. Okay, so our consumer is going to consume agent notifier, and let's go ahead, copy this, paste it here, make this lowercase, and inside we need to return something. Okay, so for starters, I'm going to just return okay, let me just return a container, but we're going to require a future builder down here. Okay, so here it's supposed to be agents is equals to agent notified dot. Is it supposed to be all agents? Let's see. No. Okay, we can just get this function. We can run the function here like that. So let's see when the function is running or not, because we're supposed to print something if you're getting something. If we do have an error in the way. Okay, so get URL API. Let's check. So it's VV2 URI. Okay, so the first thing is to print the URL. Just debug. Okay, so this is what we are running. Let's see. Go to Postman inside of our postman, we're going to just, okay, let's use this, remove that, and it's supposed to be a get request, invalid token. So it's not open, it's closed. Okay, so if it is closed, let's go ahead and try to add a token here. So that means we need headers. Okay, so let's just go to this one below. We copy the headers. Okay, so here I'm going to do that. I'm going to throw exceptions. So now that we have our headers here, what we can do, we can go ahead and have our headers. So headers are equal to this. We should assign our headers to request headers. These are our headers. Okay, so let's try to save. Okay, so we're getting our data now. We're getting our data. So if we make another call, let's say if we save, we should get a new set of data. Okay, so far so good. So when we come back, we're going to hook this to a future builder since we're getting our data, and then we can proceed. So let me just bring this down a little bit so that it can be visible. I know it's training to the eyes, but it's better to just see all the code. If you've made an error somewhere, then you can just follow along. So this is the code. This is the code from here to here. Okay. So what we did here, we accessed our instance of our shared preference stored in prefs, and from our prefs we got the token. Okay, using this getString method. After that, we checked if our token is null or not, and if it is null, we just throw exceptions here. Failed to get bookmarks, but here it's supposed to be agents, so you can change it. Okay, supposed to be agent token or failed to get token, something like that. And here we are creating our headers, our request headers. So it has to be a map string. Okay, we have our content type and we have our authorization. And down below, this is our URL. And for our response, we're going to use a get, okay, a get request. And we are pushing URL alongside with our headers. And then we get our response. We process our response here we're using a method from our model, which is this method that we have here, and we are storing the data. Okay, and we're printing the data, but we are no longer printing the data. We're just returning the data since our return value is of future list agents. Okay, let's go ahead and work on our chat lists. We can close this. Okay, and we can close this model, close the config file. We need to focus on our chat list. Okay, so here our return, it has to be a future builder. Okay, so we're going to remove this container, and we're going to return a future. Okay, so a future takes a future and a builder. Okay, so our future is going to be these agents that we have here, and our builder, it has to be the context and a snapshot. So here we need brackets, and we need context, and we need snapshot. Okay, and we are going to have a return. Okay, so before we return, we want to have an if statement. So inside of our if statement, we want to load our jobs. Okay, so what we can do here, okay, let's go ahead and just do it. If snapshot dot connection state is equals to connection dot waiting, connection state dot waiting. Let's get rid of this and let's put this to the top. Okay, so if you're waiting for the data, then we need to return a loader. Okay, so first what we're going to do, we're just going to put a size box. Let's have a size box here with a height of 90. Okay, so inside of our size box, we're going to return a child. Okay, so for starters, let's just put center and a circular progress indicator like that. And let's close this. Else, we are going to have another option. If snapshot has an error, so it's supposed to be snapshot here. It's not if here. It's supposed to be else if. Okay, seems like I did make an error somehow. So center size box. Okay, builder. Remove this. Then we don't have an error. So here, okay, so it's supposed to be, okay, outside here. That's where we're going to have our else. So we're going to have snapshots dot has error. So if we have an error, then we're just going to go ahead and display something. We're going to return a text. So it's supposed to be text here, and our text is going to be a string. So in our string, we're going to just write something like error plus the snapshot dot error. Okay, so for this one, what we're going to do, we're going to put it right inside of our string, add braces, and we need to add a $sign here like that. And let's get rid of that and let's close it here. So right underneath, we're going to have else. So this is the option where we have our data. So if we have our data, we're going to go ahead and have another return value, and our return value is going to be a size box. And for this size box, we're going to give it a height of 90 as well, and we require a child. So in our child, we're going to have a list view builder. Okay, so our list view builder takes item count, and item builder. So first, let's deal with our item count. So our item count is going to be snapshot data dot length. Okay, dot length like that. So in here, we require context and our index, and we need to go ahead and return something. So let's close this one here. So as for our list view, we are going to return a consumer. First, we're going to require a consumer widget. So here, we're going to have a return value. We're going to have a consumer. Let's see. Okay, we're inside of a consumer, so we don't need another consumer here. So what we're going to return here is a gesture detector. So inside of our gesture detector, we're going to have on tap. And first, we're going to have an empty function, and we're going to require a child. So our child is going to be a build contact avatar. Okay, that's what we're going to have here. Okay, we can just call it build agents avatar. So this widget is going to require two things. It's going to require the name, the username, and it's going to also require the profile. So what we need to do here, right at the top, we need to create a variable with the name agent, and it's going to get the data from snapshot, not snapshot, but it's going to, okay, it's going to get from the index snapshot.data, and we're going to get the data from the index. We need to add a now checker, and let's close it. So here, okay, before we proceed, right here on the top on our future builder, we need to include the type of data that we are consuming. So we are consuming a list and a list of agents. Okay, like that. So here, so we're going to pass two parameters. We haven't created the widget, but we're going to create it as soon as possible. So let's go ahead and just do that, and then we can work on the widget. So here we're going to have this agent that we created dot username. Okay, that's going to be our first parameter, and the second parameter is going to be the profile. Okay, so it's going to be like that. So we have two. Okay, so we want to go ahead and create this widget. We're going to create it right underneath. So let's go ahead, close this. So this is the only error that we have. So let's copy the name. After copying the name, we're going to go ahead right after our, so let's go ahead and have a padding here. We want to create our widget. So it's going to take two parameters. The first one is a string, and it's going to be name. So that's the username. And the second parameter is also going to be a string, and it's going to be the file name, like what kind of parameter are we, like the image. Okay, and we're going to return a padding inside. So in our padding, we need to take agencies dot only. So we are only manipulating the right side. So in our right side, we have to give it a 20. Okay, so after giving it 20, let's add a comma here. and we're going to have a child. Okay, so our child is going to be a column since we are going to require two widgets. Okay, so in our column we're going to have children. So our first child is going to be a user avatar. Let's see. Let's close this first. Let's see whether, I think we have a circular avatar and we have this circular avatar. So it's going to take width, height, and an image. So if you're passing this, we're going to pass the file name. And for our width and our height, we're going to have 50. And here we're going to have 50 as well. So let's just close it here. And let's go ahead and format the code. Okay, that's wrong. Let's format the code here. After formatting the code, let's add a comma and let's handle our other widget. Okay, so our other widget, we need to, before our other widget, we need to have a little bit of space. We're in a column, so we're going to use a height spacer. Okay, so let's give it a height of 5. Let's add const over here like that. Add another comma, and right at the bottom we're going to have a reusable text widget. So here our text is going to be the name, and we need to pass a style. So for our style we're going to utilize our app style. Let's give it a size of 11. And as for the color, we're going to go with a light color. So we might as well just use colors.white, but it's okay. It's better if you just keep the consistency. So here we can go with klight.value. After that, let's go ahead and use the font weight. Okay, so for font weight, we're going to use normal. So let's save. Okay, so here we have our agents, but our list is displaying in a way that in a vertical axis, we want it to be horizontal. Okay, so what we can do, we can go back to our list view and we can add another property. Okay, so here, right after our item count, we're going to have scroll direction, and here we're going to have axis.horizontal. Okay, like that. So we have our agents here. So each and every time that we are going to refresh the page, okay, so we are going to have a random list. Okay, it might be the same for now because we have a few agents in our backend, but as the number goes up, then we're going to have a random number of agents each and every time. Let's see whether we can do a little bit of styling. Okay, let's wrap it in a container. So inside of the container, we're going to require decoration, box decoration. Here we're going to require a border, and here in our border we're going to require width. Let's see. Okay, supposed to be border.all, and here width of the border we're going to start with 1, and we need to give it a color. So our color is going to be a light color, so we might as well go with klight. Let's add a dot, klight, like that. Let's see. Okay, so now we have a box. So what we can do, we can just visit this circular avatar and check. Okay, so here we use 99, so we can copy this line, the border radius, come here again, and in our decoration we put the border radius. Okay, that'll do. So we are done with this part. So if you want to increase, you can just increase the width like that. Okay, so it won't be a problem. So here what we are going to do now, we are going to go ahead and create another page, which if we click on this, we should be taken to that page, and in that page, that's where we are going to view all the jobs belonging to that particular agent. But just to let you know before we proceed, only one agent has jobs for this particular application. So I'm going to be using that agent to design the page as well as to show you like what it looks like, something like that. So let's proceed and do that. But as for getting our agents, this is as far as we can go, and this looks nice. So what we can do here, we want to push this other container that we have right at the bottom to push it a little bit up so that we can have a little bit of not not too much space between the end of this column that we created and the next widget. So let's close this padding. Okay, so that's 220. I'm going to decrease the zoom a little bit. Okay, let me decrease it a little. So this is 20, height of 220. The height is okay. We have a row. It should be this one. Okay, so let's go with 160. Okay, 150. Okay, 150 will do. And continue. We want to change this circular progress indicator into something like this, a list view builder. So what we're going to do here, we're going to just copy this list view builder that we have and we paste it right on top. Okay, so we want to replace this child. Okay, so it's going to be like this, but our data is not going to be this data. Okay, so we can get rid of this. Our count here, we can just put 7. So in here, we need to pass a username and we need to pass a profile. So these ones are going to be like dummy. So we want to have something. We want to display a list when we are loading, and then we can display the real list after our data has been loaded. Okay, so as for our username, we're going to have a string, and for a string, we're going to just have agent, and we have to take the index. Okay, so we're going to have agent 1 to agent 7. So here we're going to take the index. Okay, so it's going to be like this when we're displaying it. Okay, we don't need braces. It can be like this. And for the picture, we have to just create a string right on top. Okay, so that's outside of our builder. So here we're going to have a string, and let's just give it a name, image URL. Yeah, okay, so here it's supposed to be string, not sting. Okay, so we have our string. Let's go ahead, close. After closing it, we need an image. Okay, so for the image, what we're going to do, we're going to come here, profile images. I'm just going to take one picture from here. Okay, so I'm going to take the second one, copy the link, go back to our project, and I'm going to paste the link here. Okay, so this is the image, the URL that I want to pass to the list that we just created here. Okay, so we're going to pass the image URL. So if you're loading, then this is what we see. Okay, so let's try to reload. Okay, so instead of showing a progress indicator, we're going to just show a list of agents, and then when our data is there, then we display our data. So we're done with that part. Next, we're going to focus on this gesture detector. So on click, we should be taken to a different page. Okay, so this page is going to be an agent details page. Okay, so here we need to utilize our get. So we're getting to agent details page. It's supposed to be details here. So we don't have the pages yet, so that's why we do have the error. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy the title, and in agent, let's create a new file, and we give it a name, agent details. Okay, and it's going to be a .dot file. So in our .dot file, we need to have a stateful widget. This stateful widget, we need to give it a name. It's going to be agent details, and we need to import material here. After importing material, we need to go ahead and return a scaffold. Okay, so we're going to have a scaffold here. So in our scaffold, we're going to have a background color. So we're going to use the same colors as we used in the other page. So before we proceed, let's save this page. After saving this page, we can import it here. Okay, so let's add const. Let's save. Okay, so we can change this to a stateless widget like that. So we're going to need an app bar. So let's go ahead and take the app bar from this page and make some few changes to it. Okay, I'm going to copy from the background to the title. Okay, so I'm going to have an app bar here. Inside, we're going to have a bar and paste whatever we copy from the other page, and we need to get rid of this drawer. So instead of having a drawer, we're going to have a back button. Okay, so let's see here. We do have backbtn, is it? Yes, we have backbtn. Let's add const. Supposed to be const over here. Let's import screen utils. Okay, so our error is gone. So right now, if we can click on anything, that would be okay, since we are not loading any data. Okay, so we have this. So here, let's check our backbtn. Okay, so we need to change the color of the, okay. What we can do here, let's see whether we can make it happen. Final color. Okay. Okay, so that will do. So here our icon, we're going to give it a color, and this color is supposed to be color. Okay, so we need to get rid of this. So it's not going to affect all our other backbtns. We just need to change color of this, and we can be able to manipulate color for all other backbtns that we're going to use in the near future. So here we're going to have color, and it's supposed to be klight dot value. Okay, like that. And we have to remove const here to get rid of the error. So now our button is white, so we can get back without any problem. So if we press, this is what we have. We can get back. So we need to use the same style as the one that we used here. So what we can do, we'll go back to our chat list. In our chat lists, we need to go ahead and just copy everything from, okay, let's copy this stack. We have a tab view. Okay, we can get this stack. Okay, that's the one that we need. We need this stack. We need the outer design. So in order for us to save time, we're going to have a body here. So in our body, we're going to paste the code. So once we paste the code, we need to remove everything that's inside. We're going to leave this positioned widget, and we are going to get rid of the child. So let's close the child here, and let's get rid of everything in here. Okay, let's save. Okay, so that's going to be our page. So here, what we need to do, we need to make this, to push this a little bit up, as well as making the background the same as the scaffold background is the same as the ABBA background. So here we have this background. We want to put it here on top as well. So if we save, so that's our page, and we need to push this up. So we can put 0 here so that it can be up. This is okay, but this should be something like 100. Okay, so let's put 100 for a start. And then now we need to go ahead and design our page. Okay, but the thing that we need to do here, the first thing that we need to do in our gesture detector, we want to push the data, the agent data, to, we can push it to our constants. It's either our constants or to push it to our provider, either way. But what we are going to do here, we can push it to our provider, and then we can use it in the other page. Okay, so here we need to go to our agent notifier. We have our agent notifier here. Let's check the properties of this data. Okay, so it's supposed to be agent. Okay, so we need to create a variable here on top. Let's make it nullable like that. Okay, once we've done that, we need to go ahead and push the data to that agent variable that we created. So it's either it can be now or it can be late. Either way, it can work. So when we click on this gesture detector, what we need to do, we need to have agent. It's supposed to be agent notifier dot agent is equals to agent, like this. So we're pushing the data belonging to a particular agent to our provider, and we need to use it so that we can display the data here. Okay, so once we have the data, we can be able to print it here. So let's format the code. So just to give a little bit of an illustration, what we're going to do, we're going to have a variable with the name agent notifier. So we need to store our provider in here. So we're going to have provider of agent notifier. Okay, and we need to close this. let's import provider. Okay, after importing provider, we need to go ahead and let's print something. Print agent notifier dot agent dot username. Okay, we close this and we add a now checker here. So let's go back, save this. So after saving, if we click, okay, so this is the name of our agent, Dr. Dre. So if we go back, click this one, the name changes to orange. So everything is working fine pertaining the data that we are sending. Okay. So what we need to do now, we need to go ahead and work on that page. We need to work on that page. So right at the top, we're going to go ahead and display the agent data. Okay. Here, we're going to display agent data. So let's go ahead and design our page. So first we have our positioned widget, is it this one? And we are returning a container. So let's reduce the size of the container a little bit. Let's put 160, no 160. That's supposed to be 160, not 60. Okay, 160 would do, but it doesn't have any effect because even if it's way bigger, it's okay. So down at the bottom, we're going to have a child. And for a child, we're going to return a column. Okay, so in our column, we're going to have children. So our first child is going to be a padding. Okay, so we need to have a padding here. So our padding text agencies dot, we're going to use dot all, and we just take a value of 8 like that. So we need to return a child. So our child is going to be a row. Okay, so we have our row. What we can do here, let's get rid of this part. Okay, we don't need it. We need to wrap this widget that we're returning here inside of a consumer widget. Okay, so it's going to be this first child, the first child that we are returning here, the padding. Okay, so in our padding, what we have to do, let's go ahead and have a consumer, and we're consuming agent notifier. Let's return the padding here. Let's give it a name here, agent notifier, and let's put this as a lowercase. Okay, so we'll deal with everything that's going to come here. The reason why we are having this here is because when we're getting the jobs, using the UID. Okay, so we need to get the UID belonging to a particular agent so that we can send that UID alongside with the user ID to get the jobs belonging to a one particular agent. Oh, we're going to require main axis alignment, and our main axis alignment has to be space between. And down here, we're going to require children. So our first child is going to be a row as well. So we're going to have another row. Inside of this row, we're going to have children. So we're going to require a column. Okay, that's going to be our first child. And inside of this column, we're going to have main axis alignment, and it has to be space between. Okay, and we're also going to have cross axis alignment, and our cross axis alignment is going to be dot start. After that, we are going to require children. So in our children, not our first child, but all the children that we're going to be using are text. So we need to have reusable text. So we're going to have the one for the company. We want to display the company name. And for our style, let's go ahead and import our app style. So first we need the size, and the color is going to be K-light. Okay, so here we're going to have K-light dot value. After that, we need to have W500 here. So it's going to be font weight. Okay, let's go with a different color. We want to go, okay, let's go with white first, and then we can change it a little bit later. So let's just save. Okay, so that's going to be our company. Let's add a comma right after our reusable text. We need to copy this reusable text, make some duplicates, and then we can have some of our fields. So we have company, and we're going to have an address over here. After the address, we're going to have working hours. Okay, it's supposed to be working hours. Okay, like that. So here, we need to create a little bit of space. Okay, because they're all bundled up. They're all bundled up in one place. Let's see what we can do. Okay, let's change this to 140. Even if you change to 140, that's 100. The bottom one, we have to bring it up a little to 80. Okay, we just need to, okay, to make everything a little bit appealing. So this is what we have so far. Let's see whether we can, okay. So here from the left, let's give it a 12. Okay, a 12 will do. So we need to add a line here, and then we can add our details here, and then our image will go last. So inside of this, we do have a row. So let's see, column. So inside of this row, we're going to have a padding. Okay, so right at the bottom, let's add a comma first, and then we're going to have a padding. So here, let's give it a padding of edges that's dot symmetric. We want to manipulate the horizontal side. So here, we're going to have horizontal, and we want to give it a horizontal of 20. After that, let's add a comma and add a child. Okay, so our child is going to be a container. Okay, so let's go ahead and format the code. After we format, this is what we have. So here we can put a .w. In our container, we're going to require height, and our height is going to be 16. And let's give it a width. So our width is going to be 1. Okay, like that. We're in a column. Okay, so probably we need to move this one outside of the column and put it inside of our row. Let's see. It should be, so this is our column. Okay, let's add a little bit of color because we didn't add color. Okay, so we might have it, but it's not visible. And let's go with amber. Okay, so we do have our line. We do have our line. Okay, that will do. So we need to remove this top. And from the right, let's give it a 12. We might need to change it a little bit later, but this is okay. So we need to deal with the data that we are going to display here, as well as the, okay, let's see the information that we're getting from, we're only getting a picture. That's the profile from that agent. We're getting a profile. This data is different, okay? So we need to go ahead and get the data related to a particular agent. And that data is the one that we're going to use to display the information that we need here. Okay, so we're going to create a new function inside of our helper. Okay, and we're going to call it get agent info. Okay, so with this function we need to get the information related to a particular agent. So right here, what we can do, we can just copy this one that we have here. It's a get is it, and paste it down. Let's get rid of the token part in the headers. We're going to remain with our URL, as well as the return. Okay, but our return is going to be of type get agent. Okay, that's going to be our return from JSON. That's going to be our agent here, like that. So let's change the name to get agent info. Okay, so we need to check the URL. So our URL is supposed to be, we're supposed to pass a parameter to our URL. So let's add into a string, brace at a $. After, we need to go ahead and pass our params. So we need to have slash $, and UID. Okay, so we're going to receive a UID as an argument to our function. So here we need to receive a string, and this string is going to be UID, like that. Okay, so we need to go ahead and try to call this function from our providers. So if we go to our controllers, lib folder controllers agent, so we need to create a variable right on top. we might not need to create this. Okay, we can just copy this function that we have. So we're going to have future get, it's supposed to be get, not set, but get agent info is equals to helper dot get agent info. So in here we require a UID. Okay, so our UID is going to be passed from where we're calling the function. So here let's just have string UID. Okay, we cut this here, we put it here, and we just pass the UID here like that. So our error is gone. We don't have the error. So let's go ahead and try to return something. We just call it get agent here, and we paste here. So let's go back to our chat list, not chat list, but agent details. In agent details, we need to call the function. Okay, so we are calling it in our consumer here. Okay, so right after our consumer, we're going to say agent notifier dot get agent info. Okay, so the agent that we tapped on is the agent that we want to get information. Okay, we want to get his or her information, so we're going to go ahead and try to get the information. So here, this is agent details. Let's see, do we have an agent here? Okay, what we can do, we can have a variable right on top, and we're going to call it agent is equals to agent notifier dot agent. Okay, so that's going to be our data. So we need to access this agent, and then we get the UID. Let's close it here. So here it's supposed to put a now checker. Okay, so let's create another variable where we are going to store our agent info. Okay, is equals to, so we're going to wrap whatever we are going to put here after this in a future builder. Okay, so what we can do, we need to test this whether it's working or not. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and print the URL. So I'm just going to be debugging the code as we go. After debugging after printing, we need to just go ahead and print the response.status code. Okay, like that. Okay, so let's say we visit this. Okay, here we printed URL instead of the URL. Okay, so that's going to be our URL, and then we're going to print the status code. Let's see whether we are getting something or not. Okay, we don't have anything, so we have to figure out like what's really going on. Okay, so we need headers here as well, but we're going to just pass content type. So right at the top, we're going to have our headers. Let's remove the token. As we are sending this request, we're going to send it along with the headers. So headers is going to be request headers. Okay, so we save that. Let's go ahead and reload. Okay, we ain't getting the response here. I don't know what's going on, but let me try to figure it out. Okay, let's print the body. Are we even calling? Okay, let's go ahead and see whether we're calling the function agents helper get info. We're passing the UID here. So let's go ahead and print. Yeah, but we're getting the UID since we're getting it here. So that means it's reaching our function. So this is not the problem. Okay. We want to add a future builder. So let's go ahead and do that. First, let's just have a future builder here. So our future builder takes a future and a builder. But before we even go there, we have to mention the model that we're consuming here. So we're consuming get agent. Okay, so our builder takes a snapshot and context. It's supposed to be context and a snapshot, but either way, it's okay. So here, that's where we're going to have our options. So let's go to this chat list. So in our chat list, we want to get these lines up until else, okay? And we're going to paste them here. Let's close this one here. Let's remove this size box. Let's replace it with sizebox.shrink. Let's close it there. Okay, let's bring this snapshot over here. Okay, it's supposed to be like that. And down at the bottom, that's where we're supposed to return the widget that we are going to use to display our data. Let's get rid of the complaining lint, and we still need our future here. Okay, so when we hit this page here, we're supposed to have a future. So we're supposed to get it like this, but we can just, let's uncomment this part. Okay, I want to get this from here in a stateless widget, so we can get it directly. We can get the data directly. Okay, so here we need to provide our UID, and our UID is coming from this agent that we pass to our provider. Okay, so this is the agent that we're going to use. Okay, so after that, okay, let's get rid of the now checker. Okay, let's see. Here we're supposed to return a column. Okay, a column. But before, we need to create a variable here where we are going to store our data. So we're going to say var data is equals to snapshot.data. Okay, let's close it. So we need this column. We need our widget to be the same as this one we have here. Okay, so we're just going to return a column like the one that we have on the other side. So we're just going to copy this column and we're going to paste it here. Okay, so if we save, then we should have something displayed on the screen. Let's go back. So our first is going to be data.company. Let's add a now checker HQ address, and then we can have our working hours. So it seems like our data is taking long to update. So let's see whether we can use this agent info here. Let's go ahead and debug. So the first thing, we want to print the data here to check whether we're getting our data or not. But if we run this, if we just make a get request in Postman, okay, here, okay, so we're getting this error. That means we should include a token. Okay, so let's go ahead and visit our helper function. In our helper function, let's go ahead and copy this like headers from the first function that we created, and we go to our agent info. We're just going to paste the lines here. Okay, if we paste the lines, let's get rid of the URL. So here we are passing our headers, so everything should be okay. We're getting an instance here. Okay, and our information is here, so that means everything worked okay. So don't forget to add headers, auth headers here, otherwise you won't get the data. So in our backend, it seems like this one is a protected route. So let's go back to our details. Now we have the data here. What we need to do, we need to get the picture that we're going to display on the other end. And let's just get rid of that data. So we have our future builder. We have this row. Okay, so we need to close this row. Outside of the row, we need to go ahead and have a width spacer. Okay, you can add a width spacer or you can use height. Okay, so our width spacer is going to have a size of 20. So let's add const over here. And right at the bottom, we're going to have the circular avatar. Okay, this circular avatar. So this circular avatar requires us to have an image URL. So our image URL is going to come from the agent. And here we're getting the profile and we have to give it a width and a height. So we're going to give it a width of 40 and a height of 40 as well. Okay, so it's going to be like that. So here it's either we can increase the size a little bit like that. So that's going to be our agent information right here. And we need to display the jobs related to that particular agent. So we are done with the first positioned widget. If you want, like, it's best to just go ahead and increase the sizes. So let's go with 12. 11 will do. So you can change the sizes according to like your own need, like how big do you want the sizes to be. So I'm just going to go with 11 so that I won't have any problems. Okay, so I'm going to work underneath. So since we're done with this, the one on top, I'm going to close this. to close the positioned widget. So now focus is now inside this positioned widget here. Change this color from this light color. We want to use for XFF here. E. We want to use a greenish color. Okay, like that. So now that we have our color, what we need to do, we need to pass a child to this container. So this child is going to contain all the jobs that's belonging to a particular agent. Okay, so here we can create a new file. Okay, and we're going to call it agent jobs. Then it's going to be a .dot file. So inside of this .dot file, we're going to go ahead and create a stateless widget. The name is going to remain the same, agent jobs. So let's import material. After importing material, we're going to go ahead and have our return widget here. So we're going to return a consumer. That's going to be the first thing. After our consumer, we need to go ahead and return the notifier that we're going to consume, which is the agent notifier. Let's go ahead and import provider, change the name here, and down here we're going to return a future builder. Okay, so as for a future builder, we can do what we did with other one. We can copy from the one that we have here. We're just going to copy whatever we have inside the builder up until else, and then we can make some changes. It's supposed to be future builder, and here our future builder is going to consume a list of jobs. Okay, so it's supposed to be lists jobs response like that, and we need our future and then our builder. So our builder takes in context and a snapshot. Context plus a snapshot is supposed to be a snapshot here, and we need a return value. So in our return, that's where we're going to paste whatever we copied from the chat list. Okay, we need to get rid of this. If you're loading, then on this one we're going to return a page loader. Close that, get rid of the extra bracket, add consts. So here we need to add another brace like that, so we don't have an error related to this. This is okay. So we need to return our data and to have our future here. Okay, so here the reason why we wrap this in a consumer widget, because we want to access our agent notifier so that we can get this list. Okay, so let's go ahead and try to work on the function that we're going to use to get the future, and then we can work on our return. Now we can do it the opposite. First thing that we just need to return, and we're going to return a padding. Our padding takes padding. So here we're going to have edge inserts. So we need to have symmetric. Not symmetric, we're going to manipulate the horizontal side, and we need to give our horizontal a 12. So we're done with that part. Let's add a child, and our child is going to be a list view builder. So as for our list view builder, we say our list view takes an item count. So here we don't have our item count as yet, because the item count is going to come from the data that we're deconstructing in our future builder. So we're going to leave it like that. So let's handle our item builder. So our item builder is going to take the context and the index. Index supposed to be index here, and we're supposed to retain something. And down here, let's see. Okay, uploaded tile. So here we just pass a string. We're going to call it agent, and this job is supposed to be right here on top. Right on top of job is equals to not snapshot, because here we're going to, okay, let's get our data first and come and fix the errors. So this might be a little bit tricky without the data. So let's just close this here, close it here. So we have 3 errors. These are the errors that we need to take care of. So the first thing, we need to go ahead and visit our helper. Okay, let's close this. Now we can get rid of some of the functions that we are not requiring here, especially the last one. Okay, we're going to modify this one since it's a list already. So it's supposed to be get agent jobs here. Lists jobs response. Here is supposed to be job response. Okay, so we need to have the right URL here. Okay, so let's just go ahead and see what we require to make it work. Okay, so to get jobs, probably we're going to require our headers. So we're going to get rid of this first. One thing that we can do, we can try to open our project, our backend, so that we can see which routes are protected and which ones are not, to make it a little bit easy. So let's continue. What we need to do right now, we need to go ahead and visit our backend and see how we should get this. We should get our jobs from our backend, and then we can come back and try to play around with our front end. Okay, so this is our backend, and we've written the function inside of our jobs controller where we are getting agent jobs, right? So we're going to require a UID, and we're going to use that UID to find jobs which has the agent ID on them. Okay, and we're going to return a response. And if we come to our routes, jobs routes, and this is going to be our endpoint, like /agent/ and then we put UID as our parameter. So let's go back to our front end, and it's open. It's not a protected route. So we need to go to our helper. So in our helper, we created this, but we need to get rid of this part. So we don't need a token, but we just need headers. So we're going to push headers, and we need to change this. Okay, so it's supposed to be jobs. Okay, so what we're going to do here, we're going to put it in braces. After putting it in braces, what we need to do, we need to add /agent/ then here we're going to require a UID. Okay, like that. So we're supposed to pass our UID as our parameter right on top. Okay, UID. So that error is gone. So here, when we're calling it, the first thing that we need to do, let's print the URL so that we can just check whether we're using the correct URL. After that, then we're going to process our data right here. Okay, so we need to go to our provider. In our provider, we need to create one, and this one, it's supposed to be a future list jobs response. It's supposed to be jobs response here, get agent jobs, and it's requiring a UID, and it's supposed to be get jobs. Okay, so we need to change this variable to the correct variable. So we're going to have lists job response agent jobs, like that, jobs here, and we're going to return jobs. Now we can just, it's not supposed to be far if you're going to use agent jobs here. So let's see. Okay, let's get rid of this. It's supposed to be a future. It's supposed to be a future. But anyway, okay. So let's just do it in that way so that we won't have any confusion. So if it is like that, then we won't have the error. So down here, we're going to return this agent job. Okay. So the first thing that we need to do is to call the function. After we call the function, then we're going to go ahead and try to see whether we're getting the data or not. So we go back here. Since we've included our notify here, agent jobs, but we need to call the function before we get into the future builder. So here it's supposed to be agent notifier dot get jobs, and we need to pass the UID, and our UID is going to, is this supposed to be a UID or an ID? Let's see. Go back to our backend. Here it's written UID agent ID. Let's visit our jobs model. Okay, so the ID here is a UID. So either way, it's correct. So we need to pass the UID here. So our UID is going to come from our provider as well. So here it's supposed to be agent notifier dot agent dot UID, like that. Let's just press back. Okay, so since here we have our future, here we can have our count. So before we return, we're going to have var jobs is equals to snapshot.data, and our item count is going to be jobs.length, like that. Let's add the node checker here. It's supposed to be length. Okay. And before we return here, we need to get a single job from our list. So we are going to have var job is equals to jobs. Then we need to access the index, like that. Let's format our code. Let's save. Okay, so we're going to get into this one. So we're supposed to have something here, but we don't have anything as yet. So let's see whether we are calling the right function. Okay, we didn't hook it up. So let's go to our details page. In our details page here, we need to have a child right after our box decoration, and our child is going to be agent jobs, like that. So let's add const. Let's try to refresh again, because one agent has jobs, some other agents they don't. So if we click on the wrong one, we are not going to get any jobs. Okay, so this one. Okay, so our jobs are displaying, so everything that we did worked well, but we need to add a little bit of space right on top. Okay, on top here, before this list view, we should have a little bit of space. So let's visit this widget. Horizontal, let's have the vertical. Let's give it a vertical of 20. Okay, that would do. And let's try to do one more thing. Wrap this in a widget. Let's use this one. So first we're going to have our contexts, comma, and we're going to return the container. Okay, nothing is showing, so this won't cut it. Contexts, and then we return our agent here, our list. Okay, so we have this image here. That's exactly what we need. So that is okay. Let's see if we get rid of the height, what will happen. Okay, we'll run into an error. So what we can do here, let's go to our helper, get rid of the URL that we are printing, save. We need to decrease the height a little bit. So it's supposed to be height times 0. Let's go with 0.7 first. Okay, so 0.7 won't cut it because we have a little bit of space here. So let's play around with it. 0.9 or 0.85. 0.8. Okay, 0.8 will do. So this is what our page is going to look like. So if you click, you're supposed to be prompted to the jobs page. If you press back, you're supposed to be taken back here. Okay, so let's go back. We're done with that page. So next we're going to focus on our chart. So as for our chart here, the container is going to have the same color as the other container that we worked on, this color here. Okay, so what we need to do here, let's copy the color and go to our constants. Okay, we have the color as K green here, so we can get rid of this and put K green. Get rid of the consts, save. Our color remains the same, so far so good. So we're done with our agent details page. Okay, so we can close it, close our constants, close agent jobs. Okay, close that one. We need to deal with this. So this is the container that we need to change the color to K green. Press back. Our container is now green. So we need to go ahead and create our conversation row. Okay, our conversation row where we are going to display our conversations. So we're going to do that first, and then we can go ahead and focus on creating our conversation and hooking our app to Firebase. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do here, we need to go down in our chat list page. We need to go at the bottom right after this padding that we created, this agent avatar. Okay, right after the agent avatar, below we're going to create another widget, and it's going to be a column. Here we're going to say BuildChatRow. Okay, so that's going to be the name, and it's going to take arguments, and we're going to return something. So our arguments, we're going to have a string, and our first string is going to be the name. Next, we're going to take another string, which is going to be the last message that has been sent. Okay, so here it's going to be message, and we're going to have another string file name, and we also need an integer with the name message count, okay, like that. And we are going to require time. Okay, so we need to go ahead and return a column here. Inside of our column, we're going to require children. So our first child is going to be a fitted box, okay? Inside of our fitted box, we require another child, and this child is going to be a row, okay? Inside of the row widget, we're going to have cross-axis alignment like that, and we're going to use .start, and we also require main axis alignment, and it's going to be space between, okay? So just like always, our raw text in children. So our first child is going to be an avatar. Okay, so let's see whether we have an avatar. So we can use the circular avatar, this one, but we need to give it size. Image is going to be mapped to the file name. Okay, so we copy the file name, we paste it here, and we have to give it a width, and we're going to give it a width of 15. For height, we're going to give it a height of 50 as well. So we are done with that part. We are going to move on to our next widget. So our next widget is going to be, we need to add a little bit of space before we have our next widget. So let's go ahead and have our width spacer, and we have to give it a size of 15 here. Let's add consts, add a comma, and then we're going to have a column. So we need to give our column a cross-axis alignment. So here we're going to use .start. After that, we require children. So for children, we're going to have text widgets. Okay, so here we're going to use reusable text widget. So first we require text. So the text is going to be the name of the person who sent the message. So we're going to map it to the name that we passed on top. And as for our style, we have to utilize our app style. We have to give it a size of 12. And for the color, it has to be gray. So it's supposed to be ls.gray. And for the font weight is going to be W400. So here we can just go ahead and put W400. So that's going to be our first. Now we need to focus on our next, but we do have an error here. So let's close it here. Our error is gone. Let's copy this widget, paste it here. So in between these two widgets in our column, we're going to add another, not another, but we're going to require a height spacer. We need to create a little bit of space. So we're going to give it a height of 5, add const to get rid of the complaining links, and add a comma here so that we won't have the error that we had here. Okay, so we need to wrap this in a size box. Okay, once we wrap it in a size box, we have to give it a width. So our width is going to be width multiplied by 0.5, like that. So that's all that we need to do, and we need to map it to a message like that. So we are done with this column. We might as well add a comma here, press enter so that we can go to the next line, close it, and we work inside. That should be outside of our row. Okay, let's see. We should have 2 rows. We have 1 row. These ones, this avatar and this column should be in the same row. Okay, so what we can do here, we can select these two, put them in a row like this. We close the row, and okay, let's open it. We have a comma already, so we can just close the row. After closing the row, right underneath inside of the parent row widget, not the one that we just created, but the one that we created first, the one that's wrapped around the fixed box, we need to go ahead and have a padding. Okay, it's supposed to be padding here. So padding text padding. So padding has to be edge inserts dot only. We want to manipulate right and top. Okay, so here we're going to start with our right. So to the right, we're going to give it a 25, and to the top, we're going to give it a 25, a 5. Okay, like that. Let's do the same for this. So let's add a comma, and we need to add a child to our padding. Okay, so once we have our child, we need to have another column. So inside of this column, we're going to have some widgets. So we're going to have a reusable text widget, but we need to have our children first. Our first child is going to be a text widget. So this text widget is going to be mapped to time. Okay. So here we need to have this, we need to call this function due timeline format. Okay. And we pass the time. So if we press command and click on this function, it's just a function that's returning a string. Okay. So we are passing date time and we are formatting our time here. So if difference in hours is less than 24, then we're going to have something like this. We're going to have the difference here and we put hours ago. Okay. That's like if it is days, like the difference is in days and the days are less than 30, then we're going to return the difference, the days and this text. 365, then we're going to put the month and the date. Else, we're going to just return the year, the month, and the date. Okay, so most probably we're going to be using this in most cases because it's less than 24 hours. Like when we are sending text, it's either we are going to have this or this one. Okay, where we are displaying the hours and the minutes or having hours ago. Okay, so let's go ahead here. Since we pass our time, we need to change the style here. We need to give it a 10 and our color is going to be black and our font weight is going to be normal, like that. Right at the bottom, we're going to add a height spacer. So as I said before, you can either use a height spacer or if you want, you can use a size box. Just put the height and then you put the value 15. Let's add a comma here, add consts, and right at the bottom, we're going to have a condition. Okay, we're going to have message count. If message count is greater than 0, then we are going to go ahead and display a circular avatar. So let's see. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. So our circular avatar, we're going to require radius, and we're going to give it a radius of 7. Let's give it a background color. Okay, 7, comma, then background color. So for color, we're going to go with Kenya blue. Okay, like that. And then we're going to require a child. So our child, it has to be a reusable text widget. Let's format the code. So here we're going to display the message count and it has to be a string. So we need to convert it to string here and we need to reduce the size a little bit to 8. And for the color, it has to be white. Okay, so if it is white, we can use klight dot value here and it has to be normal. The font weight has to be normal, like that. So right after the fitted box, because we're in a column, right? After the fitted box, what we're going to do, we're going to add a line, a divider. Okay, so let's say we have 2 conversations, so we need to put a divider between these conversations. So our divider takes an indent, so we're going to put an indent of 70. It's supposed to be 70 here, and we need to give it a height, and our height is going to be 20, like that. So we are done with this. So what we can do to just run a test, we can just call this one inside of this container. Okay, so this is the container. We need to give our container a child. So our child, we're going to have, okay, let's just put a list view. So inside of the list view, we're going to have this. We're going to have children first, and we're going to have BuildChatRow. So these ones, the name, it's a string. Message is a string. The file name, we have to provide the count. We can put 1. Time. So time, it has to be, and let's just put datetime.now for now, like that. So we need to provide a file name. So we are going to use this image URL that we have on top and place it here. So that's going to be our widget, but we might need to do a little bit more to make it look appealing. Okay, to make it look appealing, because this has to be on the far end. Let's add probably another one. Okay, so let's try to see whether we can make some changes. Okay, so let's open this. We push this to 0.6. Okay, that'll do. Now it's end to end. So let's go with 6.5. Okay, so let's take, for example, here our name. and right and message, we can just write something here, something random. Okay, so we want to adjust it a little bit here so that we won't have an overflow. 3, see our date to the right, it's 25. Top is a 5. Okay, here let's add 10 and let's add 1 to the left. Then we add a comma. Okay, so we need to create a little bit of space between this size box and whatever we are going to have here. So let's adjust to 15. Okay, that will do. So for this is something that we can address a little bit later. So because our list view takes padding here. Okay, so what we can do, we can add a little bit of padding here, but we're not going to use a list view, so we're going to handle it a little bit later. So for this one to just look appealing for the UI design, we can have a height spacer here. We give it a height of 10. Okay, so that it can be inside. Okay, so this is what our chart is going to look like. So let's go ahead and try to hook our application to Firebase and see how we can play around with it, creating chart, and then we can display the charts here instead of displaying this. Before we proceed working on our chart, the first thing that we need to do, we need to hook our application to Firebase. Okay, so to do that, we are going to use Firebase CLI. Okay, so you need to make sure that you have Firebase CLI installed in your computer, be it Windows, be it Mac. You need CLI to be installed. So what I'm going to do here, I have the commands written here. So first, if you don't have Firebase CLI, you need to run this command. Okay, but I have it. But what I'm going to do, I'm just going to activate it first. So need to go to our project. I need to run this command. After it has finished, we need to export the path. Okay. After exporting the path, we need to run the command. Is it Firebase login? Firebase login. So you need to log in first, but I'm logged in, so I'm not going to log in again. So here, the next thing that we have to do is to run the command flutterfire configure like that. So here, these are the projects that I have in my Firebase. So I need to pick one. So to pick one, you just use the up arrow, the arrows to just go and choose the application that you want to use. So I'm going to use this one since our backend is connected to the same. So I'm going to click that and we're going to choose for Android and iOS. Press enter. So the project might have some other files related to Firebase. So you need to go ahead and replace those ones. Okay. So let's see if we have any related to Firebase, then we should go ahead and replace them. Okay, so here we need to go ahead and update. So we press enter and then our application is hooked to Firebase already. So these are the new files that we get. So we need to go ahead to this file. This is our application, the new application that we hooked of back or front end to. Okay, so let's go to main.dart. In main.dart, we didn't initialize Firebase, so we need to initialize Firebase up on top first before we run our application. So to do that, we can just open this file. Okay, so this is the line of code that we are going to copy and use to initialize our Firebase. The one on top. Okay, this one, these 3 lines. You just need to copy these 3 lines, go back to your main.dart. So right after this widgets flutter binding dot initialize, initialize, you can go ahead, paste the lines of code and uncomment these lines. Okay, so let's get rid of that, get rid of that, and get rid of that. And we need to import Firebase options here. Okay, so our error is gone. So what we are going to do, we're going to just open our simulator. Okay, so this is our simulator. We're going to rerun the application. Let me bring this up. Okay, we have to put them side by side like that. So I'm going to stop the application here. Okay, and then I'm going to run the application again. So after you are done here, you can clear the terminal. It's okay. So this time it might take a little bit longer than before, but we have to make sure that everything is initialized and everything is working. While you're waiting, we can go to our Firebase, the project that you've hooked this project to. So we created this project when we hooked our backend to Firebase. So that's the same project that we're going to use. And we need to create a Firestore database here. So we can hit create. Okay, so I'm going to start in test mode. I'm not going to go in production. So if it is in test mode, here you're going to be given a time, like, okay, from which time to which time are you going to be using this particular application in test mode? So here it's going to be 11/4. So it's about a month, okay? So I'm going to press next, and you have to choose a bucket, okay? So this cannot be changed later on. So you need to choose a location which is closer to you. But for me, I'm going to just, let's see. Okay, I'm going to leave it like that and then just enable our database. So this might take a little bit, so we have to wait for it, but that's the only thing that we need to do here. Okay, so our database is created. So far so good. We are done with this part. Our authentication, everything has been okay. Here we enabled, so it's okay. What we're looking for, we're just looking for the UID. I mean, UID. Like I confuse it a lot, like UDI and UID. So it's supposed to be UDI. So let's go back to our application, and our application is running fine without any errors. That means our Firebase, we've initialized our Firebase successfully. So we are done with this part. Next, we're going to focus on our Firebase services. Okay, we need to create a services file where we are going to be creating our chart and all the functions that we're going to be using to communicate with Firebase, and then we can go ahead and work on our chat, like how are we going to create a chart, how are we going to create messages to send this typing status, and like most of stuff like that. Those are the stuff that we are going to be focusing on, stuff that are related to Firebase. But for now, we are done with the first part. Here we do have a file with the name Firebase Services. We can find it in services, and it's here, Firebase Services. Okay, so we need to work inside this file. Okay, so what we're going to do, the first thing here, we need to make collection references. Okay, so first let's go ahead. We're going to have collection reference for typing. Okay, because this is a separate document. So it's going to be Firebase Firestore .instance, and we need to access a collection with the name typing. Okay, that's going to be our first. So let's just copy, paste it 3 or 4 times. That'll do. Our next one is going to be for chats. Okay, and here the collection name is going to be chats. So let's have one for status. Okay, reference is going to be status, and let's have the last one for messages, and this one is going to be messages here, like that. So we are done with creating our collection references. Next thing that we need to do, we need to create a chat room. So to create a chat room, we're going to require a function. So we have to give it a name, create chat. Okay, let's just say chat room here. So this function is going to take in chat data. It's supposed to be chat data here, data with a capital letter D, and inside we're going to access our collection reference for chats. Okay, and then we are going to go to a document, and this document is going to come from the chat data. Okay, it's an ID to a chat room, so it's going to come from chat data, chat room ID, like that. And we need to set this chat data that we pass from here to this document that we have here. Okay, in doing so, we need to go ahead and catch an error if we have one. So here we're just going to call it E if we do have an error, and then we need to do something about the error. Okay, so we're not going to do much. We're just going to debug print the error, because chances are slightly low that we're going to run into one, but if we run into one, we should be able to see like where is the error coming from. And we're going to debug print the error that we got, and we have to convert it to string. Okay, so that's how we are going to be creating a chat room. Okay, so right at the bottom, we want to create another function to add typing. Okay, so this one is going to be void add typing status, like that. So if we're adding typing status, we're going to require the chat room. Okay, so here we're going to have string chat room ID, and we need to access our typing document, and inside of that document we want to go ahead and look for a document, and our document is going to be this chat room ID. And from the collection, we're going to have typing collection with the name typing. Here we're going to go ahead and add the document. We're going to add a document, and the document that we're going to add is the current user ID. Okay, and inside that document, if we created it, we're just going to set an empty map like that. So let's close. That's all that we need to do here. So we need to remove it if a user is not typing. So we need to create another function right at the bottom, and we need to call it remove. Okay, so if you are removing, we need the same, and here instead of setting, we're going to just call .delete like that. Okay, so we are done with that. Right at the bottom, we need to go ahead and create a chat, because we haven't created a chat. We created a room, but we haven't created a chat. Okay, create chat. So to create a chat, we're going to require a chat room ID. And so it's going to be of type string chat room ID. Okay, we need to add one more brace. If we have a chat room ID, we also need our message. Okay, that's going to be the message that's going to be displayed, the first message, like last send message. Okay, so right inside, we're going to visit chats, the chats collection, and the document is going to be the chat room ID. So in our chat room ID, we need to go to collections, and in collections, we need to go to messages, and we need to add a new message. Okay, so this message is going to be this message that we have here. Okay, so it's going to be message here, and we're going to do the same if we do have an error. We're going to catch the error, and then we're going to print the error. So here, catch E, and we're going to debug print the error. Okay, so here we need to convert to string, and then we just print. So let's close it here. So that's the first thing that we need to do here. Okay, so inside of this function, we also need to call remove, because if we are sending, that means we are done typing, so we can remove the status. Okay, and then we close it, and we need to go ahead and update our data. Okay, some fields that we need to update in our chat. So let's go ahead and create. So we need to go to our documents, the document that's storing our chat, and here it's supposed to be chat room ID. And from that document, we need to update some data whenever we send a message. Okay, so our data is going to be a map, and from this, we're going to have values like here. We're going to have message type. You know, message type is going to come from, it's supposed to be message. Then here we need to access the value message type. Okay, so that's going to be our first. So let's just copy paste this a couple of times. We're going to have a sender. So let's add a comma so that we can get rid of the error. We just add commas here. So sender, we're also going to have a profile, timestamp, last chat time, and we're going to have read. Okay, so here read is always going to be false unless we open the message, and then we are going to change this value to true. Okay, so we need to map them to the correct values. So these are going to be the same. The profile is going to be profile. Timestamp is going to be timestamp.now. last chart. So this is a message. So it's going to be message. Chat time. Okay. So it's message. Here it's supposed to be time. Okay. So we are done creating our chat. So this is what we need when we're creating our chat. So right at the bottom, we need to go ahead and create another function to update this. Okay. So to update it, we're going to just have a function update count. So when we're updating this, we need a chat room ID. So we're going to have a string with the name chat room ID. Okay, so right inside, we're going to access our charts, and inside of our charts, we need to access the document with the same name as our chat room ID. Okay, so here it's supposed to be chat room ID, and once we are in, we need to go ahead and update, and we need to specify the field that we're going to update. So here it's supposed to be read. Okay, so we're going to set read to true, just like that. So we are done with that. And right at the bottom, because when we are creating a chat, we want to find out whether a chat existing or not. Okay, like let me put it this way. If a person is applying for the job, we need to check whether they've applied for the job before or not. So if they've applied for that particular job, that means that particular chat they were about to create is already existing in the database. So we need to check whether they do have an existing chat with the same chat ID as the one they're about to create, and if they have one, then we're going to direct them straight to the chat page. Then they can visit their chart. Okay, so we're going to have a future here, and it's going to be a future boolean, and we have to give this function a name. The chat room exists. So for this one, we are going to pass the chat room ID. Okay, so we need a document reference, and we're going to call it chatroom ref, chats.document, and our document is going to be the chatroom ID that we passed as our argument. Let's close that. So now we need to check whether we have it. If we have it, then we're going to return the snapshot. Okay, so here we're going to have a document snapshot, and we're going to give it a name, a chatroom snapshot. So we need to await for our chatroom ref, and we need to get our snapshot. So it has to be asynchronous here. So here it's supposed to be get, like that. So if it exists, then we're going to return chatroom snapshot dot exists. Okay, like that. So for now, I think these are the functions that we need to create. Next, we're going to try to focus on creating our chat. All right, creating our chat. So our chat, we're going to be creating it from this page. So let's say this person is not an agent, so we'll be able to apply from here. Okay, so that's going to be our main focus. We need to go ahead and focus on how we can create our chart. So to create our chart, we need to go to jobs. Okay, we need to go to jobs details page. Let's close these. So this is our job details page. So here we are going to create functions, a function to create our chart. Okay, but first, what we need to do, we need to go ahead and call our Firebase services in here to have an instance of our Firebase services. Let's see, get rid of it here. It's better if we put it right at the top. Firebase, supposed to be Firebase Services, and we're going to give it a name, services. Okay, is equals to Firebase Services. So we have our services. Next, what we need to do, we need to go ahead and create our chart. The function to create our chart. So we're going to say create chart. So here, create chart is going to take a map, and it's going to be of type string dynamic, and we have to give it a name. So the name here is going to be job details. Okay, we also need a list of users. So this list is going to be a list string. The name is going to be users, and we need a string, and our string is going to be our chat room ID. So it has to be lowercase here, chat room ID. Let's go ahead and close this. Okay, so here supposed to be list string, close it here, and let's get rid of this. We need something else in here. We're going to need the message type, okay? Message type, like that. So our message type is going to be a string, okay? So underneath, inside of our function, we can go ahead and have our data. So here, we're going to have a map string dynamic, and we're going to call it chat data. Okay, so this is the chat data that we were using when we were creating the functions in our Firebase services. Let's close it here. So in our chat data, we're going to require users. Okay, so here they're supposed to be strings. So we need users. So our users, they're going to be mapped to the list that we have right on top. Okay, so it's going to be a list of users. Next, we need a chat room ID, and it's going to be mapped to a chat room ID. We need the read value, supposed to be read, and initially read is going to be false. And we need the job details. So we're going to have a value with the name job here, and we need to pass job details. Okay. So job details is also going to be a map. Okay. And we require a profile, and our profile is going to be mapped to profile. Now let's have a sender. So here we need the sender value. So we don't have this sender value as yet. So let's see. We also require a name. The name is going to be username. Okay. So we have a username here, profile, agent name. We require an agent name. So this is going to come from our widget dot agent name. Message type. This is going to be the message type that we have right on top. We need last chart. Okay. So when we're creating a message, we're going to just have a message, a dummy message. This message is not going to go to our messages, but it's going to go to our message list to just show us that we have a message. It's going to be something like a greeting. Okay. It's supposed to be good day or something like that. I'm interested in this job. Okay. So you can write a longer one if you want, then that's okay. So here we are going to have last chat time. So this one we're going to use timestamp.now. Okay. So right now we need to solve our sender. Okay. To get this sender. Okay. So this sender is going to be a profile ID of the person who's sending this message. Okay. It's going to be a profile picture of the person who's sending the message. Okay, so what we can do, okay, let's visit an old chart. So this, let's see, our projects, let's see which database. Okay, this is the database. So we just want to check what this, so this is going to be an ID. Okay, it's going to be an ID. So let's see. So we have profile, and we have an ID here of the person who sent the message. Okay, so this is going to be a user ID. Okay, so let's go back. So when we're creating a chat, then we're going to send the UID here, and the profile, we already have the profile in our constants. So when we log in, we're going to store the profile inside of our constants. So that's where we're getting this profile. So if we click on it, this is the profile that we're getting, same as the user ID. But for the agent name, it's different because the agent name is attached to the job. So we need to get this agent name and set it here. So that's the first thing that we need to do. Right underneath that, we need to now access our services. And from our services, we need to go ahead and create a chat room. Okay. So when creating a chat room, we're going to require chat data. Okay. So we're going to pass this chat data. So what we can do here, we can just copy the type. Let's see, create chat room. Let's go back. So here we're going to require this chat data. Okay, so that's the one that we're going to send here. After sending the chat data, okay, we can send it like that. So that's what we need to do first. Okay, So hopefully we have all the data. So what we're going to do here, I'm going to try to log out of this account, try to log in into a new account, which can help us to create a chart, because for now we cannot create a chart since we are logged in with the agent who uploaded the job. Okay. So our logic is going to be in here. Our logic. So we can deal with our logic, log out, and then try to go ahead and try to apply for a job. So first we need those parameters. So let's just call the function first, okay, to see what we need. Okay, so those are the values that we need. Okay, so first we're going to deal with our job details. Okay, so we're going to create a map string dynamic with the name job details. So first thing that we're going to require is a job ID, job underscore ID. So it's going to be job, the job that we have here, the job that we are on, and we take the ID. Next, we're going to go ahead and have the image URL. That's the image related to that particular job. So we are going to have image URL. Let's use underscore here, image URL. For image URL, it's supposed to be job.image URL. Let's go ahead and have our next value, which is going to be the salary. Okay, so we're going to have salary here. So inside of our salary, we're going to have job.salary. So we get that out of the way. So let's move on to the next one. Okay, for our salary, we have to take a different approach. Okay, so we need to have the salary and the period in the same line. So let's have our salary first. Then here we're going to put per. So we want to know whether it's per month, per year, per week, per hour, or some. Okay, so here we're going to have job.period. Okay, so that's going to be our next. So right underneath, we're going to have another field. So this field is going to be for our job title. Okay, so it's supposed to be job.title. Right underneath that, we're going to have the company. Okay, so it's supposed to be a string. It's supposed to be company here. So it's supposed to be job.company. And let's close that. Okay, so that means we have this value now. Okay, so we have our job detail string. So we're done with that. Next, let's create a list string with the name users. Okay, so here we're going to require the person who's applying, the user ID, not user ID, but UID of the person who's applying for the job, and the ID of the person who uploaded the job. Okay, so here right on top, we're going to have, it's supposed to be, do we have an agent? No, we don't have an agent here. We're supposed to get the ID. Let's see. Okay, so this one should come from the job. So if you access our job, we have agent ID. That's the first one that we need. And we need to send along the user UID here. So we have 2. Okay, so we're done with that. So now we need a chat room ID. Okay, so this is going to be a string chat room ID. So it has to be unique. Okay, so our chat room ID is going to be the job ID versus the combined with the user ID. Okay, so here we're going to have our job dot ID dot user ID. So that's going to be our chat ID. And right at the bottom, we're going to require the message type. So our message type is a string. It's a string. So we're going to create another string, and we're going to call it message type. So this one is going to be a text like that. And let's go ahead and close that. So these are the data that we need, but we're not going to run this as yet, because before we run this function to create a chart, what we should do, we should try to go ahead and check whether we do have an existing chart or not. So here, before our chart, we're going to have a boolean. Okay, this boolean, we're going to call it does chart exists. Okay, so this is going to await for the function that we created back in our backend. So we need to call services here, and from services we're going to get does chat exist. Okay, let's close it. Let's make our function asynchronous here. So our error is gone. So here we need to pass a chat room ID. Okay. So if we visit, we need to include the type here. So it has to be of type string. Let's save, go back. So we need chat room ID. So we're going to take this chat room ID that we have and put it here. So we haven't used this value as yet. That's why we do have a yellow line. That's a warning. Okay. So to use the function, we're going to have a condition in here. Okay, so if this is equals to false, then we're going to go ahead and create a chart. Okay, we're going to create a chart. So after we create a chart, we're supposed to be pushed to the chat list so that we can continue with our chart. So to do that, we are going to require Zoom notifier somehow. Okay, so right on top, okay, let's close this function here. So we have our login notifier here, but we need our Zoom notifier as well. And we need to consume it in here. Okay, so like that. So after creating this chart, what we're going to do, we're going to call our Zoom notifier. Then we're going to set current index is equals to, we're going to set the current index to 1. Okay, if current index is equals to 1, then we are going to get to our main, okay, main screen like that. But here we also need to work on our backend. We need to create a function to add this job to our applied jobs. Okay, we add it to our applied jobs, and then we can, whenever we visit these applications, we'll see the job that we applied for. Okay, so we need to go to our backend, create the model. That's the model, the functions, the routes for that particular functionality. We come implement it here, and then after everything is done, then we can test our chart. Okay, see it. We already have our model. We already have our model in here. Okay, so since we do have our model, what we can do, we can create our string. So it's supposed to be applied post. Okay, model is equals to applied post. So here we just require an ID. We need to pass a job ID. Okay, like that. So let's close that. So that's going to be our model. So we can convert this model to a string. Okay, so we're going to have a new variable here. It's supposed to be var new model is equals to applied post to JSON, and we pass in the model. So this is what we are going to pass to our function whenever we are calling the function. Okay, so here let's deal with our else first. So if this is true, okay, else, no, if this is false, we're going to do this. Else, we're going to just go ahead and go to this page. So that's all that we need to do. So what's left is going to our backend, creating the functions, and then we can come back and implement it here. Okay, in our backend. So what we need to do here, let's just close all. After closing all, we need to start with our models. So inside of our models, we need to create a new model, and I'm going to give it a name applications. Okay, and it has to be a JS file. So here I'm going to copy this schema and paste it in here. So first we're going to require a user ID. Okay, and we're going to also require a job. So we're going to require 2 fields, and let's get rid of these, and let's change the name. So this one is supposed to be application, and we have to change the schema name, okay, to application schema, like that. Okay, so we're done creating our model. That was quick, but we need to change the types. Okay, so the type is going to be mongoose dot schema type, schema dot type, not tests but types. Okay, and our types is going to be an object ID. So we need to provide a reference for that ID, same as this one here. So we need a reference. So our reference is going to be user, and for the next one, the one which is below, for the job is going to be job. Okay, so that's all that we need to do. Now we need to create controller, the controller. So here we're going to call it apply controller, and it has to be a JS file. So first in our controller, we're going to require our application model. So here, right on top, const application is equals to require. So in here, we're going to require something from our models, okay? So we need to access our models, and from our models, we need to access applications. That's all that we need to do right on top. And here, we need to export our functions. So we're going to write module.exports, and our models should come in here. So the first one is going to be apply, okay? So it has to be asynchronous. So it's going to take in a request and a response. Inside, we're going to create a new application. So we're going to create a new variable. Const new application is equals to new application in brackets and braces here. So inside of our braces, we're going to require the user. So our user is going to be request.user.id. Okay. And here, our job is going to be a request body.job, like that. So right underneath, we're going to require a try catch block. In our try, we are just going to await for the application that we made on top, okay, which is new application, and then we save the data to our database. And after we save, we're going to return a response with a status of 200. So in here, it's supposed to be 200, and then we're just going to send a JSON alongside with the response. So here we can just have status, and we can just pass a boolean true. Okay. So if we do have an error, then we're going to return a 500. And in here, we just need to pass back the error like that. So we're done with our application function. That's apply function. Okay. So next, we're going to create one for getting all the applied jobs. Okay. So we need to add a comma, and after a comma, we need to get applied jobs. Okay. So to get applied jobs, we should have our function. Why is it green? Okay, let's have it here. It has to be asynchronous. It takes in the same parameters as the one that we have on top. Requests, response. Yeah, okay. So first, we're going to require the user ID. And this user ID is going to come from a request.user.id, okay, like that. And we need a try catch block since we're going to be accessing our database. So in our try, we're going to create a new instance with the name applied, okay? So in this instance, we're going to store all the jobs that we applied for, okay? So we're going to await applications dot find. So here we're finding jobs by the user ID. Okay, so here it has to be user, not user ID. If I'm not mistaken, it's user, and this user is supposed to be mapped to the user ID, and we need to exclude some parameters. So here we are going to have underscore v. It has to be 0. We're going to have created it. It has to be 0 as well. Updated date, it has to be 0. And after we get the data, we need to sort. Okay, so we're going to sort our with created date. Okay, and we need to get rid of this updated date. Okay, like that. But since we put the job by pushing an ID, we're going to go ahead and populate. Okay, so we just need to press enter dot populate, and we need to specify the path with which we are populating. So in here, it's supposed to be, okay, let's bring this up a little bit so that it can be visible. So in here, we are supposed to have a path. So our path is going to be job, okay? And we are going to go ahead and select some values that we need filled before we return the data, okay? So here, we're going to subtract created date, and we don't need updated date. We also don't need description. We're also going to get rid of requirements, okay, like that, as well as underscore fee. So that's all that we need to do here. So we need to go ahead and send back our response. So our response, we're going to pass it alongside with our status, and we need JSON, okay? So for our JSON, we're going to pass applied like that. Let's close that. If we do have an error, we're going to pass back the error. So we are done creating our two functions. Okay. Next, we're going to focus on our routes. So we have two routes. Okay, so we might as well just copy this since it's the smallest one. We're going to copy the auth, create a new file, and we're going to call it apply.js. Okay, we paste the code that we just copied, and we're going to change this controller to apply controller, and we change the name here to apply. Okay, so we're going to have a post and a get, so there's no need to have this here. Okay, so we're going to have post and a get. We just need to change these. So the first one, post is going to be mapped to apply. The get is going to be mapped to get applied. Okay, so that's all that we need to do. After that, we need to go ahead and create our endpoint here. Okay, so here we're going to have applied, and we need to map it to a route. Okay, so we need our route right here on top. So we need to call it applied routes apply. Okay, so this is going to be our router, and we need to pass it here. So we need to do one more thing in our routes. Okay, so they're going to be protected routes since we're going to require this user ID and this user ID here. Okay, so what we can do, the easiest thing that we can do here. Okay, so let's go to jobs. Okay, all these ones are open, but bookmarks. Okay, so from bookmarks, we can copy our middleware, then paste our middleware here. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and use verify and auth. Okay, same as the other routes, verify and auth like that. So we can get rid of these. So we are good. So the next thing that we could do is just to test these routes in these endpoints in Postman, and then we can just go to our application, try to implement them, knowing that they are working. It's better if we test them first in Postman rather than just try to implement them without testing them. Because if you run into an error, we don't know where the error is coming from. Now we need to go ahead and test our backend in Postman, and then we can push it. So mine I've already pushed, so you can do the same, push to GitHub. But first we need to just run our application. Okay, after running our application, we need to go to Postman. Okay, in Postman, you need to log in first. If you log in, you get the beer, we get the token, go to the applied section, authorization, you put your token here and you save. Okay, after you saved, you go to get jobs. We want to get all the jobs so that we can get one ID. Okay, get all jobs, we send a request. So we're going to use this one, the first one is okay. Get the ID, body. Oh, we want to add first before we get. Okay, let's go to authorization. It's supposed to be inherit from parent. Okay, sent. Okay, so we have a true here, so that means we've successfully sent. The next thing we need to go ahead and get. Okay, so everything here is okay, we just press send. So we have a 500. So let's see what the error could be. So let's go to our server. We don't have anything here. Get, let's see. Okay, this should be, the bracket should be causing the error. Let's save. After saving, go back to Postman, send the same requests. Okay, so we have our job here. We do have a list. we are populating the job section. We have our user and the ID for that particular application. Okay, so we're done with this part. Next, we're going to go to our application. You see that we can first, okay, let's first just deal with our chart, and then we can go ahead and deal with our application section. So let's go back. Posts, okay. And then I'm just going to commit this to GitHub so that it can be pushed to our railway. Okay. So we are going back to Flutter and work on our front end. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to create a helper function to process our applied jobs. Okay, so we need to go to services and we need to go to helper and we need to create a new file. So we need to give this file a new name and we're going to call it applied. Okay, so that's going to be the name, applied helper, and it has to be a .dat file. Okay, so here we need to just open one of these. Okay, agents is the slightly smaller one. So we just copy everything from here, close it, and paste the code in here. So the first thing, let's just go ahead and get rid of, okay, we might need this. So let's leave it like that. Let's get rid of the other functions in here. Okay, we just need one function inside and get rid of the unused code right on top. Okay, so let's save it like that, and we need to change the name here. Okay, so we're going to call it applied helper. Okay, like that, and we save. So here, our first function is going to return a boolean. So when we are applying for a job, we are going to have here apply. Okay, apply job. We're going to require a string. Okay, so our string, we just call it model. So here we're going to just go ahead. If we don't have a token here, we're going to return false since we are returning a boolean. Okay, and we require our headers as well as our token. So here we need to go ahead and have the right URL. So visit our config file. So what we can do here, okay, let's try to bring Postman, or it's supposed to be Postman. Let's bring Postman here. We want to get the URL. So it's supposed to be API applied. Okay. Okay. We create a new variable here. And here it's supposed to be applied. Okay. So it's supposed to be like that. And back to our config, then we're going to access applied. And here it's supposed to be a post. So for posts, we require URL headers as well as our body. So we're going to have our body, and our body is supposed to be the model. Okay, since we are passing process data already. And here on our return, we're just going to go ahead and return true. If status is 200, we don't want to do much. Else we're going to return false. Okay, like that. So we're done with this part. Next, we're going to create the one to get the jobs. So to get the jobs, we are going to go ahead and have, this one might be a little bit different. Okay, so we're going to have lists applied. Oh, list applied, and here we get applied. We don't need any arguments in here. We're passing our token. So here we can throw exceptions. It's okay. So I'm not going to take much time to write the lines, do this, do that. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to just go to, let's go to agents. Okay, copy this line. If our token is now, then we're going to, okay, so that would be a token. So in here, since it's going to be a GET request, we don't require a body. So we should get rid of the body. And down here, we want to create a variable, and we're going to call it applied. Here, it's supposed to be applied from response.body. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look. Okay, so we have a job here. Okay, so that's okay. Let's close it. And here we're going to return applied. And if we do have an error, we're just going to fail to get applied jobs like that. So let's save that. So I guess that's all that we need to do in here. So we have our two functions. Get rid of the unnecessary unused code. Okay, applied URL, applied get. And this one, the top one is supposed to be a post, so let's just cross check posts. Okay, so we're going to try these ones, but the first thing, probably I might need to go to the database to delete the function that the job that I sent there when I was testing with Postman, so that we can have a clean working database somehow. Collection, not a database. We just need to clean the collection. Okay. So next we're going to just go ahead, go to our job details page. So here we're going to call for our applied helper, and then we apply for a job, and here we need to pass the model. Okay. This model is supposed to be new model, so we don't have an error. So that's all that we need to do here. Okay. So let's leave it like that. But since we're logged in with AA. Okay, so let's see which account are we logged in with. That's AA. So that means we do have a job inside of our applied. What we can do, we can work on our applied section, like this applied. Okay, just to display the job, since we do have a job already existing in there. And then we can move on to just complete our chat section, because we don't want to be switching between the two. Okay, and focus on this page. We finish with this page, and then we can move on to create a chart and do everything that we need to do to get done with this application. So first, what we need to do, we need to go ahead and open our views. Okay, inside of our views, we go to screen, applications, then we go to apply jobs. Okay, so here we are going to change this widget, because we were returning a center before. So instead of returning a center, we're going to be returning a stack. Okay, we're going to be returning a stack. So let's go ahead and do that. Remove this, and we're going to have a stack here. So inside of our stack, we're going to have children. So our first child is going to be a position widget. So we worked on something similar to that a little bit way before. So let's see. If we go to bookmarks, it's the same. So we need something like our bookmarks. Okay, so we can visit our bookmarks page. So here we are returning this tag. Okay, so that's the same style that we need. Okay, so what I'm going to do here, I'm going to just, okay, let's just copy the whole stack, come to our applied job, and we replace this tag. Okay, so let's remove that. So in here, we're going to have a future builder. So we're going to deal with that a little bit later. It's going to be a little bit the same. So I'm not going to remove everything, but we're going to make a little bit of changes. Okay, so we have 6 errors. So here, if you are getting jobs, we are going to go ahead and have this. It's supposed to be applied jobs, I think. Okay, it's supposed to be applied here. Okay, so that's going to be our list, and here we need our future as well as our page loader. So here we need a tile. So our tile can be the same as the bookmark tile, but let's see what kind of response are we putting in our bookmark tile. So if we go to widgets, bookmark tile, all bookmarks. Okay, so we can copy this tile as well, the bookmark tile, go to applications, create a new folder, and we're going to call it widgets. And we're going to paste the widget that we just copied. Let's paste it in here. After pasting it, we need to rename it, and we're going to call it applied tile. Okay, and let's change this name to applied. It's supposed to be applied over here. Okay, so when we're applying for a job, then our applied tile is going to take jobs. Okay, it's going to take a job. So here, instead of returning this, we're going to return a job. Okay, like that. So here is supposed to be job. Okay, So let's get rid of, we can get rid of this, not get rid, but let's comment it out. It's best to comment it out because we might need to use it a little bit later. So here, instead of requiring a bookmark, we're going to require a job. Okay, so we just need a job here instead of requiring a bookmark. Okay, so if there are any changes that we need to make, we're going to. So I think we are done with this tile. So this is the same tile that we're going to go ahead and hook inside of this applied jobs instead of that bookmark. So here we're going to pass it and we're going to pass a job. So here we're going to have a job. Okay, so this is supposed to be a job. Is equals to processed. Okay, snapshot. So here we don't have our futures yet. So to get our future, what we're going to do, we're going to wrap everything around a consumer widget so that we can call our function whenever we get inside of this page. Okay, because if we try to call it right from the top here, we're in a stateful widget, but we can be in a stateless widget. So let's convert it to a stateless widget. So if we call it right here on top, we are going to be calling the function even if a user is not logged in. That's something that we should try to avoid, since we don't want an unlogged in user to access data from our database. It will cause some errors as well. So we can call it from here. Okay, it's supposed to be applied helper get applied. Okay, so let's see, it's of type applied here. Okay, so we can process the data a little bit further. Okay, I still need to have a little bit of clarification. Okay, let's see what we can do here to get the right data, because here it seems like we're not getting the right data. We're getting applied job. Okay, so we are supposed to get the job, not applied. Okay, mark here, we're supposed to access the index. Inside of our index, then we're going to enter inside this job. Okay, so instead that's going to be from our list. Let's see. Okay, applied. Error seems a little bit odd. Is defined in bookmarks. Oh, bookmarks. Okay, jobs. Okay, let's just try to rename while we're looking for error. It's of type job here. That's what we need, and we pass it here. Okay, so I think our tile. Let's see. Save our tile. Everything seems okay, but we're still running into an error. Okay. Okay. Let's leave it like that. So here it will be applied job. So let's copy this. Okay, so we're going to use applied. Okay, so if we use applied, then here we're going to go ahead and access job then .url. So this is what we are going to do to get rid of the error. If you don't do that, then probably we're going to run into that error over and over again. Okay, let's change it to job. Trying to experiment on something, but it's okay. You can leave it like that if you don't want to. Since it was working, then it's okay. So here, if I change this to job, okay, so now it's okay, because the problem was we had two models, two files. Okay, like we have another job class inside of our bookmark. So if that bookmark is imported and it's not being used inside of applied tile, then we're going to be getting the job class from that file that we imported. So we need to get rid of the file first. Okay, so here let's take for example here. Okay, so this is our model, right? But if we have another model which has the same class name as this, then we're going to have a conflict and an error. Okay, so make sure that you don't have this kind of conflicts. So let's just save, and let's save that. So let's see here, we're getting our future. Yeah, okay, we're getting our job, so everything is working fine. So this is the job that we send. So if we click on it, nothing is going to happen because we commented out this part. Okay, so we can bring it back. If you bring it back, we need to get rid of this. book. Okay, and we need to import. Okay, that's a wrong import. We need to import getX. Let's just getX and then our job details page here. Then we save. So right now we can be directed to this page. Okay, so here we want to change the background a little bit before we this. Okay, let's see. So we have a color here. So our color, we can use color, and here we can use K blue. Okay, let's go with K new blue dot volume. Okay, some like that. And our drawer, we have to make it K light. Okay, but now we have this problem whereby our curves, we can't see them. So what we can do, we can give our scaffold a color. So we're going to give it K blue as the scaffold background color. So come on top, background color, and we make it K blue. So here, this is what we have. And we can add a title right here on top. So we can come to our customer bar, add a title. So for a title, we need a string. So we can say applied jobs. Okay, so we're good. We are done with that part. So the focus now is here and the chat page only. Let's continue. We need to deal with this page. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and have our stream. Okay, so in having our stream, we're also going to take a look at this list. We are going to remove whatever we are displaying here, and we are going to have the data from our stream. Okay, so this page is supposed to be the chat list. Okay, so in our chat list here, where we are displaying this, we're supposed to display something else. Okay, but first, before we get to that, we need to have our streams right on top. Okay, so right here before this, okay, we want to have our stream. Okay, let's make everything a little bit visible. Let's close this. After closing, first we need to have our Firebase Services. After having our Firebase Services, okay, so here we can make them as public, not private. It's supposed to be Firebase Services. Okay, so at the bottom we need a final stream. So it's going to be of type query snapshot. Okay, and we have to give it a name chart. So here we need to access our Firestore. We need to access our Firestore. So Firebase Firestore dot instance. And the instance that we are getting is going to be from this collection. Our collection is going to be charts. Okay. From our charts, we're going to get a to get data where our user ID, okay, contains the UID. Okay, our users contain. So we want to check our array. Okay, so from this array, we want to check the user ID. Okay, so it seems like we do have an error here. And right after that, we want to return a snapshots. Okay, so this is going to be our line. So our stream here, we're just going to access our charts collection. And from our collection, we're going to get all the data from related to this, okay, in our charts related to this user ID and return the snapshot. Right after that, we need to go ahead and replace whatever we are displaying in here, okay? This child, we're going to have a stream, okay? So to have a stream, we need to have a stream builder, okay? So it's going to be like that. So our stream builder is going to consume a query snapshot, and here that's going to be our stream. And initial data, let's see, what's the type? No, we can remove this, comment it out. So we need to go ahead and have some conditions before we return. Okay, we need to check whether we do have data or not. If we don't have data, we should display something. We need to check whether we are waiting for the data or not. The same thing that we're doing in our with our future builder. That's the same thing that we want to do with this. Okay, so before you even return something here, we can remove this. Okay, so here we want to have conditions. So if snapshot has error, Okay, if snapshots dot is error, then we need to display the error message. So what we're going to do here, we're going to return text. I was going to say reusable text, but it will be too much for us to just display. So in here, we need to go ahead and have our, that won't be necessary. We need to have error here. And here we need to display our snapshot error. Okay, snapshot.error, something like that. So let's close it here. So that's going to be our first condition. Else if, so right in here, else if snapshot dot connection state is equals to connection state dot waiting, then we need to display our loader. Okay, so here our loader is going to be the same. So in the center, let's center. Okay, so let's try to return a page loader in here, and we can check the size a little bit later. So we're going to return a page loader. Okay, so that's going to be our first, and we need to add const over here. So we might have a scenario whereby, like what we are facing now, that we do have everything, but our snapshot is empty. Okay, so we want to check for that condition as well. So we're going to say snapshot dot data dot docs dot is empty. It's supposed to be is empty, and now check here. Let's see. Okay, just remove that. Is empty. Here we're supposed to have is empty, so we have to remove asynchronous here. Let's see. If that's the case, then we're going to return no search results. Okay, so no search results takes in a text. So we're going to say no chats found, no chats available. Either way, the difference is the same. We need to add const over here. Else, now if we have our data, then we need to just go ahead and have a final variable here where we are going to store our data. Okay, so it's going to be a chat list. Okay, it's equals to snapshot.data.docs, and we need to close it. So right at the bottom, we need to return something. So we're going to return a list view builder. So in our list view builder, we're going to take an item count and item builder. So for item count is going to be chatlist.length, and for our builder, we're going to take in the context as well as the index. Okay, so we're going to take the second option. So here we're going to add a little bit of padding. Okay, so let's have padding here, and we're going to have agents dot only. We need to manipulate the right side only. Okay, left side, not right side. Okay, we need to give it a 25, and we have to give it a W here. Okay, so after that, we need to include the property with the name shrink, and no, it's supposed to be shrink wrap. We need to set it to true. Okay, so we are done with those. Let's close it here. And inside of our list view, we need to return. Okay, so here we're going to go ahead and return a consumer. So that's going to be our consumer here. We're going to consume agent notifier. Okay, I was about to go and say agent, and that would be wrong. So it's supposed to be agent. So here we have our agent notifier. Down here, what we need to do, we need to go ahead and have a gesture detector. Okay, so gesture detector, we're going to have on tap function, and we need to pass it as an empty function. Okay, like that. And we also need to have some conditions in here, but before we do that, we are going to need to have a child. Okay, so here for a child, we're going to display BuildChatRow. Okay, so right on top here, since we process our data inside of this list view, before we return, we need to create another final instance. Okay, so here it's supposed to be final, and we're going to give it a name chart. So our chart is going to be the chat list. We're going to have chat list index. So here we need to pass the index, and we need to get the data like that, and we need to close it. Okay, so okay, we need to pass it as a map. So it's going to be map string dynamic like that. Okay, so that's going to be the data that we're going to pass here. Okay, so before we even go there, we need to do a little bit extra. So let's take a look at our time here. Okay, so we have our timestamps. Okay, let's just have our timestamp here. It's supposed to be timestamp. It's supposed to be last chat time is equals to the chart that we created here. Okay, and we need to access the chart, and we are going to get this value, last chat time, and we have to make it a string here. Once we get that value, we need to go and process it a little bit further so that we can pass our time as date time. Okay, so here we're going to have date time is equals to date time last chart. Let's change the name to date time is equals to this last chart time, and we need to convert it to date like that. Okay, so this is the time that we're going to pass here. So now we need to handle this name, message, and file name, as well as our message count. Okay, so let's deal with our message count first. Okay, so this one we're going to say chat to access our chat, and we need to access this read. If our read is equals to false, okay, if the message is not read, that means we have a message which is not read, so we need to pass a value. Okay, if our message is not read, okay, let me just reiterate. If our message is not read, that value will be false, so that means we need to pass 1. Okay, so that's what we are going to do. If it is true, then that means our messages are going to be 0. That means it's been read already, so we won't have that message badge over here. Okay, so we're done with our message. Our file name we're going to use chat, and in here we have to pass the profile. Okay, for message it's going to be the same, so here it's supposed to be message, and for name is going to be, we are going to check, we need to display the name of the person who's sending the message. Okay, so here we are going to have not the agent name, so we need to have a condition whereby we can, it's equals to chat's name. Okay, not name. Do we have a name? So that means we should have a name here. Okay, let's see. Okay, if username is equals to the name, then we're going to have a little bit of a condition. We're going to display the agent name. Okay, so okay, we'll check that whether it's the same value that we've used to create the chart. So here it's supposed to be agent name, else we're going to display this name. Let's format the code. Okay, we can't format because we do have an error like that. Okay, so if these names are the same, then we're going to display this, else we're going to just display the name. Okay, so we don't have any messages for now. We don't have any messages, that's why we are seeing this. We might need to change this image. It's a little bit ugly, but I'm going to leave it like that. Okay, I'm going to leave it like that, so you can go ahead and change it if you want. Okay, so now that we have this, the only focus that we have now is to try to create a chart. If our chart is successfully created, and then it will show up here. So let's add a condition in here before we proceed. Okay, so here we want to have a condition to change the count. Okay, so here we want to chat, we want to access chat, and we want to access this value sender. Okay, if that sender is equals to the current user ID of the person who's logged in. Okay, let's go with is not. If it is not, then if the person clicks on this gesture detector, then we are going to update our message count. That means the other reader has read the message, so we're supposed to send to update our read value in our database. Okay, so we're going to access our services, and from our services we're going to have update count, and we need to pass the chat room ID here. So what we're going to do, we want to access the chat room via the data that we are getting. Okay, so that's all that we need to do. Else we just do nothing. Else we do nothing here. Okay, but after all, we need to navigate to somewhere. Okay, so we need to create a chat page. Okay, so here we are going to have a new file and we're going to call it chat page. So our chat page, it has to be a dot file. So let's just make it a stateful widget. We give it a name chat page. Import material. Here we're going to return a scaffold. Just put an air bar just like that. We don't need much. Okay. So here, let's say we have a chat. If we click on it, we're supposed to send to a chat page. Okay, so here we're navigating to chat page, something like that. Okay, then down here we are going to add consts and then we save. Okay, so that's what we need. So we are done with this page. Next, we're going to just try to test our functionality and then we can move on to our chat page. Our agent provider or agent notifier, what we need to do here, we need to create a new variable, and this variable is supposed to be a map. Okay, so it's going to be a string dynamic, and this string dynamic we're going to call it chat. Okay, like that. So what we need to do here, we need to just go back to our chat list. So before we go to this chat page, we need to go ahead and set the data to our agent notifier. So here, supposed to be chat is equals to chat. Okay, like that. So here we might need to do one more thing. We'll do it a little bit later. We need to set an ID to our message. Okay, we need to set an ID because our message doesn't have an ID. Of course, we do have a document ID, but we don't have a message ID. That's the one inside. So if you visit our chat notifier, not chat notifier, but Firebase Services, here when we're creating a message, right, we should have an ID. So to have an ID, what we can do, we can install a UUID. Okay, so here if we go to pub.dev, my internet might be a little bit slow, so we might leave this and do it a little bit later. The internet is too slow. Okay, and the page is not even responding, so let's just wait. I'll revisit that part. So what we need to do, we just need to design our page first. Okay, after designing our page, and then we can come back and take care of the message ID. Okay, so here we need to go to our chat page. Okay, so let's go back. In our chat page, what we need to do, we need to create some functions. Let's create a send message function first. Send message like that. So if you're sending a message, we're going to require some things. So first, we're going to require the chat room that we're sending a message to. So we need to access our provider. Okay, so here we're going to have provider of. Here it's supposed to be agent notifier, since we've put our data in our agent notifier. So that's the object that we are going to consume in here. And we need to set listen to false. We don't want to listen to it, because if we set listen to true here, we're bound to run into an error. Okay, it's supposed to be listen, and we set it to false here. And let's just go ahead and close it. So we need to import provider. After importing provider, then our error is gone. The next thing that we need to create a map. Okay, so our map is going to be a string dynamic, and we have to give it a name message. Okay, so here that's going to be our message. So let's close it. So in order for us to send a message, we need a controller. So right on top here, we're going to have a text editing controller. It's supposed to be text editing controller, and we have to give it a name. Okay, so we're going to call it message controller. So that's going to be our name is equals to text editing controller, like that, and we need to close it. And right at the bottom, we're going to create a final instance of our focus node. So we want to have the focus node in order for us to be able to determine whether a user is typing or not. So it's supposed to be a focus node. So we're going to call it message focus node, like that, and this equals to focus node, like that. So we're done creating these two. Right underneath, we're going to go ahead and we need a dummy image. We need a dummy image, okay? So here, the image, you can put whatever you want. It's okay. It's just to show the user, like a user, like the user that we're communicating to. Since the image is not going to be included somewhere else, it's something that you can do, like when you're creating the chat. When you're creating the chat, but you have to get the image from somewhere, so it makes the process a little bit complicated. So that's why I did just exclude it. So here we just need something. So I'm going to visit my images, the ones that I usually use, and just copy one image from there. Okay, let's just copy the whole string, and we go back to our VS Code. In our VS Code, we just need to replace these codes. Okay, so we have that. So we are done with that part. Right at the bottom, we are going to go ahead and handle our message in here. Okay, so first, when we're creating a message, we require a message itself. So this message is going to be the message controller dot text. So that's going to be our message. Let's see. Why do we have an error? Okay, here. So we need the message type. So make sure that you don't make any typos here, because if you make any typo, then it's going to cause a error. So here, this one is supposed to be text. After that, we're going to require a profile of the person who's sending the message. So we have to bring this down, and let's make this a string. So the profile here is supposed to be profile. Okay, so we need to get this profile from constants, and we need sender, the person who's sending the message. So here our sender is going to be user UID, okay, like that. And for our time here, we are going to try out different alternatives, but for now we are going to go ahead with, let's go with timestamp.now, okay, like that. Okay, so that's going to be for a message. So right on top, we need to create an instance of our Firebase services. So here it's supposed to be Firebase Services, and our name is going to be services is equals to Firebase Services. Okay, hopefully we're doing the right thing, and we need to close it. So we need to access these services, and we are going to create a chart. Okay, so we create a chart. If you are creating a chart, you require the chat room ID and require the message, and the message we already have it here. So here, what we need to do, we just need to access this chart. Okay, after accessing this chart, we need to, yeah, okay, so here it's supposed to be dot chat, okay, so that we won't have a long line of code here. So since this is a map, now we can access that map and we can get the chat room ID like that. Okay, so hopefully I didn't make any error, but I think this is correct. So at the bottom, after we send the message, we need to go ahead and access our message controller. That's a message controller. I don't even know why it's not showing here. Okay, so let's just access our controller, and we're going to clear the controller here. And the other thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and have our focus node, focus scope, okay, dot of contexts, and then we're going to unfocus like that. So that's all that we need to do in here. So right now we need to go ahead and work inside of this widget that we are returning down here. So the first thing, we need to have our chat notifier. We're going to use it a little bit later, but let's just have it. So here we're going to have the provider of chat notifier. Do we even have chat notifier? Let's see. Let's go to our providers or controllers. Okay, we don't have chat notifier, so this is invalid. We'll see how we can handle. So what we can do down here, we need to get the chat room. Okay, so first let's create a string and let's give it a name, chat room ID. So our chat room ID is going to be equals to this provider that we have on top. We just have to access it again. Okay, we're not going to copy everything, but oh no, we're just going to copy this, paste it here, and then we need to access the chat room ID here. So that's going to give us a string. Now we have our chat room ID here. Okay, so if you're streaming messages, we need to create a stream. Okay, so we can create an instance of our stream here. So we're going to have final stream, and here we are going to consume a query snapshot. So this one is going to be for our typing status. Our typing status. So we need to access our Firestore instance.collection. So our collection is going to be typing. Okay. So let's bring this down. Typing, and in typing, we need to access a document. This document is going to be the chat room ID, and then inside we need to access another collection with the name typing as well. So don't worry, I'll bring this somewhere where it's visible, and we need to get a snapshot. Okay, so let's close that. After we close, so this is going to be for our typing status, this instance that we have here. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do, we need to design our app bar. Okay, so first our app bar, we're going to require a background color. So here we have to make it light color, a light color. So we're going to have colors. It's supposed to be klight.value here. Okay, after okay, let's go ahead, press enter. After that, we're going to, oh, that's our app bar. It ain't supposed to be, but app bar is going to have the same color. So either way, the difference is the same. So in our app bar, we need to get rid of the elevation. We need to give it an elevation of 0. After that, we need to go ahead and have our leading. So our leading is going to be the back button. Okay, back button. So here we require padding first. We need to wrap it around a padding. It's supposed to be padding. Now padding takes in edge inserts. So it's supposed to be edge inserts.all, and we need to give it a value of 12. After that, we need to go ahead and pass a child to our padding. So here we're going to have a child, and our child is going to be back btn. Okay. Okay, so that's going to be our back btn. Let's add const over here. So this page is going to be visible whenever we create a chat. Okay, that's when we are going to see what we are designing. So I'm just going to go ahead and design it halfway, and then we can go ahead and create a chat so that we can finish designing while we are seeing whatever we are designing. Continue. Here we want to play around with our app bar. So we have our back button. What I'm going to do, okay, I'll run the application a little bit later. But for now, we want to add leading to, not leading, but action. actions to our TabBar. So in our actions, we're going to require children. So the first, we're going to require padding. Okay. So our padding is going to be agencies dot only. You are going to manipulate the right side, and in the right side, we're going to give it a padding of 15. And let's add a child to our padding. So our child is going to be a raw text children, and we need to give our row cross-axis alignment, and it has to be center here. Okay, so our first child is going to be a column. Okay, column, we need cross-axis alignment, and it has to be dot start, and we need main axis alignment, and it has to be center, and we need children in here, and our first child is going to be a stream builder. Okay, it's going to be a stream builder. So not initially, but here we are going to consume query snapshot, and our stream here is going to be typing, and we need to remove the initial data. Let's remove this async snapshot. So we need the same properties that we passed here. Okay, so we need connection state, error, and as well as empty. Okay, so before we return something here, we're going to have condition. If our snapshot is an error, then we're going to return a text. Okay, here it has to be error, and we have to display the snapshot error. It has to be dot error here. Okay, so that's our first option. Else, if your snapshot connection state is equals to connection state dot waiting, then we're going to return circular progress indicator. No, not really. Here we want to hide the loading part. Okay, size box dot shrink like that. So let's add const over here, and let's have another option right at the bottom. It's supposed to be else if dot data dot docs. It's supposed to be docs is empty. Okay, if it is empty, then we are going to go ahead and just display a widget. Okay, it's supposed to be return reusable text. Okay, so here, if it is reusable text, not reusable text per se. Okay, we can just return a text with an empty string. Okay, so it's either this, or you can just put a sizebox.shrink. The difference is the same. And if we have data, we're going to have a list string with the document IDs is equals to snapshot.data docs.map. Okay, so here we're taking the docs. After we have our documents, then we want to get, it's supposed to be doc here. We're taking the document ID, document.id, and we're converting it to list like that. So our IDs will be in here, okay, in this list string. At the bottom, we want to return a reusable text. So for text, we're going to have a condition, okay? Document IDs dot is not empty, and if they also not contain document IDs dot contains. So it's a list. We want to check whether that list doesn't contain the user ID, not user ID, but user UID, like that. If it doesn't contain user ID and at the same time is not empty, that means the other user is typing. Okay, so here we're going to have our text, which is a string, and it's going to be typing. Wow, it's going to be typing with some dots. Else we're going to display empty string. So let's format this code. Let's see where the error is coming from. Oh, okay, we didn't add style, so we need to bring this down. And here, let's go ahead and have app style. We have to give our text a size of 9. As for the colors, it has to be grayish. So we're going to go with colors like 54. For the font weight, it has to be normal, like that. And we need to close it here. So that's going to be for typing. So let's copy this reusable text, stream builder. Let's bring this down and let's remove this. Then let's have our online status like that. Color is going to be green with a shade of 600. Right after our column, this column, we're going to have an image. Okay, we're going to have an image. So here, what we're going to do, we're going to have a stack widget. Our stack takes children. So our first child, it has to be, let's use this circular avatar. Yeah, okay. So our circular avatar takes an image. So we're just going to display the default image URL and we have to give it a size. Okay. So let's go with a smaller size. Here, let's start with 30 and let's give it a 30 here. And we need to have a positioned widget. So, positioned, we're going to require the position with which way we are putting the the button is going to be like an online page. If it's green, then that means the user is online. So here we're going to have a circular avatar. Okay, so we need background color. The background color is the same as this color that we have here. And we need radius, and we need to give it a radius of 4. Okay, so we can leave it like that. 4. Okay, so let's format the code. Okay, so that's for our bar. Let's go to our body. So inside of our body, we're going to require a safe area. And our safe area is going to take a stack. Inside of our stack, we're going to require children. So our first child is going to be a positioned widget, right? And here we need a container, just like what we were doing in our other pages. Okay, so if we come here, a container like this, okay, so we can take these properties from the chat list, go back to our page, come inside of the container, paste. Let's see. Okay, it's supposed to start from here. Paste it here. We need to get rid of this. Okay, so the error is gone. Let's format the code. Top here is going to be 0. So in our container, we have to add padding. For our padding, we have to have our edge inserts. So we're going to use only left. We're going to give it a 10. Right, we're also going to give it a 20. So it's supposed to 20 W. And then top. Top, we're going to give it 10. Left, we're going to give it 5. Okay, so it's going to be like that. And we need to give our container a little bit of height. So let's give it a height of 120 here. It's supposed to be H. Okay, so here we want to display job details. Okay, job detail. So we've worked on something like this. Okay, we worked on something like this in our not applications per se, but agent details, not jobs, but let's see. It's one of the pages. Okay. Okay. So if we go to charts, okay, worked on it here. We want to display something like this, then display our chart. So this is going to be like the job details, company title, and the salary, but we are going to be following the same pattern. Okay, so it's supposed to be this page. Let's see. Yes, so we're going to just let's get this column and we can make some changes to it. Okay, so this is our container. Now we require to have a child. So our child, we're going to paste the same container. Let's remove this image that we have here. We have to handle that first. Okay, since we are going to be consuming a chat here, all right? So this has to change. Okay. So let's see how best we can do it. So before we pushed our chat to our agent notifier. So if we hover over here, press, we do have a chat, right? It contains everything. So for that chart, we need to go ahead and access our chart, and then we can get the details. Okay. So right on top here, we're going to have for job details is equals to not agent notifier, but the one with the smaller one, chat, and from the chat we need to access job details like that. So we have our job details here. Those are the details that we're going to be using. So let's get rid of that. So first we have a company here. We're going to have a job title. It's supposed to be title. And we're going to have our salary here. So those are the three that we need. So coming down here, we need to just close this column, cut it from here. After cutting it, we need to remove this future builder because we are no longer getting the data from our REST API. Then we paste this other column, okay? So here we need to access our job details, and from our job details, we're going to get the company name, okay? Like that. So let's copy this, we paste it here, and we paste it here also. So the next one is supposed to be the title. And after that, we're going to have the salary. Okay. And here, down at the bottom, we want to access the image related to that particular job. So here it's supposed to be image underscore URL. Okay. So we're done with this part. We're done with this part. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to try to create a chart, right? Create a chart, see whether we don't have errors. If we do have any errors in creating a chart, we rectify them so that we can design our chat page without even, not design, we don't want to design like blind. So we want to be able to see something. Okay. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so here I've logged out of the account that I was in and logged in into a new account. Okay, so this is a fresh account. It's not an agent, because if you're an agent, you can't start a chat. You can start a chat, but the jobs that you can start a chat on are the jobs that you didn't upload. So the account that I was using, the agent uploaded the jobs, so they cannot apply for their own jobs. So we need to have an account here. So this one is the account. You just log out and log in again with a new account and come to jobs. Now you can have this button apply. Okay, so what I can do here, I have to run the application. After running the application, then we can come back, test our chat, whether we are creating or not. If you're not creating, then we just have to correct the errors, then we move on. We are almost done. So I created a chart, but I cannot see the chart here. Okay, I cannot see the chart. And let's go to Firebase. Okay, so this is our Firebase. This is the chat that we just created. This is the chat ID, and these are users which are participating in the chat. This is my UID. So let's find out what's going on that our chat is not displaying. Okay, so we have to go back to chat list. So here it's saying that we don't have anything. Let's see. where our error could have been coming from. ChatPage. I'm sure we do not need to. Yeah. Let's check our stream. User ID. Let's print the user ID first. User UID. Okay. So this is our user UID. M6. If we go to our Firebase, we have M6 here. So that checks out. That's our chart. Okay, charts. Okay, it's supposed to be users here. Okay, not user. That was another mistake. Contains this and return the snapshot. Still, we don't have anything. Yeah, okay. Message is now. Okay, so what we have to do, go back to our Firebase. We don't have a message here, so we need to cross check with this one. Okay, so literally we don't have a message in both cases, so that means we made a mistake somehow. It's supposed to be last chat. Okay, it's supposed to be last chat. Last chat. So coming to, let's go to our job details page where we are creating this chart. We do have last chart here. So let's see whether the message has been sent to our database. This is our database. Okay, we do have a last chart here. So that is correct. So now if we go back, yeah, okay, we have something. So let's just adjust this page a little bit before we proceed. So here, we also don't see a message. Here, we should have a 1. So going back to the chat list, let's change this to true. Okay. But let's adjust this a little bit. We want to push it down. So left, let's give it a 15. Okay, 10 would do. And top. We need to have a little bit of space right at the top. Okay, and that will do. So that would work. So this is going to be our message. Okay, so if we click, then we're supposed to be taken to this part, but we don't have this data, so that means something is happening. So when we click on this, we're sending this chat. Okay, once we have this chat, then if we come to a job page to access the chat, we are accessing it here right on top. So here we made a mistake. So if we visit our database, our Firestone, it's supposed to be job, no job details here. Okay, so we should just take care of the errors step by step, because if we don't, then it's going to be a little bit difficult. So let's just restart our application, go back to chats. Inside of our chats, let's go ahead and click. Now, okay, so this is what we have. So we have to change the background color of this to blue. That's supposed to be ChatPage. We're inside of this. It's supposed to be new blue here. And we save. So that's going to be the stuff that we're going to display at the top. And here, what we can do, we can leave it like that. That would be okay. That would be okay. So we need another container here where we are going to put our charts and our text field. So let's go back a little. So we finished with this section. In our next section, we're going to focus on the other container, that we're supposed to have here. We just have to have a positioned widget, display our charts, and how we are going to be interacting with our charts. But I have to address something before we proceed. So when you started this, like the starter code had some problems with it. Like people said, like, okay, some files were missing. So we changed the starter code. So probably you won't have some of the files that we're going to use in the chat section. So what I'm going to do here, I'll bundle them, and then the link will be provided for you, or we'll give you a link whereby you can go ahead and try to get them by yourself. So I'm going to put them on Discord. Everyone can come to Discord, get the files. Okay? And then we can proceed without any problem. But if you do have the first starter code, then the files will be in there, but you might not know which files I'm talking about. So it's better for us to just have a new set of files whereby you can just download and you can follow along without any problem. So it'll be just three files. The ChatBar, the one for the left and the one for the right, and the text field that we're going to use here. Okay, so these are the three widgets that we're going to be providing. Okay, so let's continue. What we need to do here right now, we need to go ahead and close this position widget. And let's go where it ends. This is a position widget. We add a comma. Let's add another comma here. Format the code a little. So we need to close this section because we're done working on it. Okay. So right at the bottom, we're going to put another position widget. In this position widget, we have to go ahead and give it a container like that. But before that, we need to have our top. Our top is going to be 85. Left is going to be 0. And right is going to be the same. It's going to be 0 here. So inside of our container, we're going to have a padding. Okay, so let's just bring this down. Close this. So we're working inside of our container. We want to have a padding. So we want to give it a padding of, okay, we can get rid of the padding here and we can see how it looks before we have the padding. So we're going to have a decoration. Our decoration text box decoration. Instead of our box decoration, we're going to take border radius. So here we're going to have border radius dot only. So we want to manipulate top left and top right. So it's going to be border radius dot circular. We have to give it a size of 20. So let's add a comma, copy paste, and here we're going to have top right like that. So the next thing that we need to add a color. Okay, so this color is going to be, box decoration, not inside of our border radius. So we need to have a color here. So color is going to be color, and we're going to go with K green. Okay, so right now nothing is visible. Nothing is visible. So we want to give our container a child. And our child is going to be a stack. Okay, let's put what we can do here. Whilst we are designing, let's give this a width. We assign width to width, and let's give it a height. And we give it a height of height. Okay, like that. So that's what we have right now. Okay, this is what we have. So here we have an extra space. So what we can do times 1 point, let's go with 1.1, but probably it's not going to work. We're in a safe area. Okay, we're in a safe area. That's why this is not working. So we need to cover this part. Okay, so let's leave it like that. And down here, let's go ahead and have a stack. Our child is going to be a stack widget. So inside of our stack, we're going to have two things, the message list and the position widget, where we are going to put our message text controller, messaging text controller. So like we would just want to put it down there so that we can manipulate it a little bit. So we're going to have, first, let's just put a position widget. Okay. No, this is wrong. In our stack, we require children first. So our first child is going to be a positioned widget. We have to put this at the bottom. So bottom, and we're going to give it a 0. So what we can do here to see whether what we are doing is working or not, we can put a container. Okay, container of width, and height. Now we can give it a height of what? Let's go with a height of 90. It's supposed to be 90 here. And we just give it a color. We give it the same color as, not really. Let's leave it like that. Let's add a color. Okay, so here we want to create our controller. Okay, we want to create our controller. We're supposed to just provide the controller, but it's best if we create it together. So let's create a new folder here, and we want to call it widgets. Instead of our widgets, then we want to create a new file, and we have to call it messaging. It's supposed to be text field. Okay, so let's just call it messaging field, and it has to be a .dot file. So in here, we're going to create a stateless widget and give it a name, messaging field, and let's import material. after importing material, right now we need to go ahead and replace this container with the clip rect. That's going to be our first. So our clip rect, we're going to give it a border radius, not a border, but border radius. So we're going to have border radius dot only. We want to manipulate the top. So here in our page, we've done the same here. Okay, so we might as well just copy from our page and paste it here. Okay, let's get rid of the extra bracket, format our code, import screen utils, and our error is gone. So after that, we want to have a child of this clip rect. Okay, so our child is going to be a container. Inside of this container, we're going to require a width, and we are also going to make it width. Okay, and as for our height, we have to give it a height of 18. Let's give it a color, and the color has to be white. So we're going to go with just colors.white, and let's give it a child. Let's add a little bit of padding here. And our padding is going to be edge_symmetric. So horizontally, we want to have a padding of 10. So here, our child is going to be a text form field. So our text form field, the first property that we're going to take is keyboard type. Okay, we're going to have text input type mount lines. Okay, let's set our max lines to 5. It's supposed to be 5 here, and let's give it a min. We're going to give it a minimum line of 1. Right at the bottom, we're going to take in a controller. So this controller, we're supposed to pass it from wherever we are going to be calling this widget from. So it's going to be message controller. Okay, so right here at the top, we need to have a final text editing controller. It's supposed to be text here, and we have to give it this name. Let's close it here, and it's going to be required here. Let's see. Okay, let's try to remove that, and remove cons from here. Okay, so our area is gone, but here now. Okay, so let's remove this from here, and we just say required text editing controller here. Okay, like that. Let's remove this part. Okay, so we still need to initialize it here. So we can put it back the way it was in the beginning. So here we'll be calling this one. It's a little bit tricky. Okay, but we've successfully done it. So we just need to, in our formal parameter, we just passing this required text editing controller. And then here we're initializing the text editing controller. After initializing, we're passing it to this, okay? And this is the one that we're going to be using in here, okay? So we have gotten that out of the way. We want autofocus, and we want to set it to false. We're also going to have a focus node. It's supposed to be focus node. False focus node down here. So we need to do the same that we did for the focus node. So this one is supposed to be a private, not message controller, but message focus node, like that. Okay. So here we're also going to require a message focus node, and we need to initialize it, but we need to change the property here from text editing controller to focus node. Okay, right at the bottom, we're going to initialize it as well. You just need to add a comma here. Remove that, and here we have our focus node. Okay, we need to add our focus node here, so we have to pass it as a private. So here it's supposed to be focus node. So our error is gone. So you just need to look closely step by step, because any error, then we might get stuck. So at the bottom, what we're going to require, we're going to require a field. Okay, so we're going to have syntax, like we want to have a function. But that function is going to be inside of our input decoration. Okay, but let's go ahead and have on tap, and we're going to map it to on tap. So this is supposed to be a function. Let's add it right here on top. Change the name here to on tap. The name has to be consistent. It has to be consistent across the board. So we need to also have a style. Okay, so for a style, we're going to use app style. Let's give it a size of 12, and let's give it a color. So our color is going to be black, and our font weight is going to be normal, like that. So font weight dot normal. So that's okay. Right at the bottom, we're going to have decoration. So when it comes to our decoration, we're going to have input decoration. In our input decoration, the first thing that we're going to take is a suffix icon. Okay, so for a suffix icon, we're going to be taking a size box, not size, but it's going to be a size box. Instead of our size box, we're going to take a width, and we want to give it a width of 60, and we need to pass a child. Our child is going to be a raw widget. Inside of this raw widget, we're going to require children, but right on the top, we're going to require main axis alignment, and our main axis alignment is going to be center here. And we're also going to require cross-axis alignment. For that, okay, this one has to be space between. Okay, space between, and here it has to be center. Okay, like that. So let's focus on our children. So our first child is going to be a gesture detector. So we're going to have a gesture detector here. Instead of our gesture detector, we're going to have on tap. Let's pass it as an empty function, and let's have a child in here. Okay, so our child is going to be an icon. So here we need to have our icon from Evo Icons, and it has to be an image. Okay, so we need to give this icon a size. Let's give it a size of 30. So that's all that we need to do for that. So here it's going to be inactive. So our next one is going to be a gesture detector as well, but this gesture detector has to be active. Put the gesture detector in here. We're going to call it send texts, like that. Okay, so we have to create another function right on top. Okay, so we can copy this and give it a name send text, pass it on top, so our error is gone. Right here we need to change the icon, but what we need to do here, we need to go ahead and wrap it inside of this one. We need to wrap it inside of a consumer. Okay, so we're going to consume agent notifier. Let's paste our code first, and we change this name to agent notifier from my type, like that. Import provider. So we're going to have a boolean inside, a boolean value with name is focused, which we are going to use to trigger the color of the icon here. Okay, of the icon. Let's see, that would work also. Okay, let's take it step by step. If we have something that we need to change a little bit later on, then we will visit. So it's supposed to come, the icon is supposed to come from material community. So we're going to take send, like that, right? We're going to take it without the size, and we're going to have the color. So for color, let's just go with K blue. Let's go with K blue here. It's supposed to be K new blue. Okay, so this is okay. We can hook it up and work on it as we see it. So we can remove this. Okay, we can remove, add a bracket. Inside we're going to have message field. Okay, so we have these two already, so that's why we don't have an error. So what we can do here, let's go ahead, get rid of this. Okay, that won't work. Let's reduce the height a little bit, 0.5. Okay, 6, 7, 8. No, so it's supposed to be 7, 5, 7, 3, 7, 5. Okay, so that's going to be our text editing controller. Okay, so here, image and send. So we can write something here. So let's see whether we can push this text a little bit inside. So let's go back here, horizontal 10. Okay, let's push it up a notch. 15. 15 would do, but we need to get rid of this line that we have at the bottom. Okay, so here, right after, we do have a size box. Okay, so we want to go right after the size box. Just get rid of the line before we proceed. Enable border. Then here is supposed to be, we're going to take outline inputs border. So here, border side, and we're going to set it to border side dot none. Focused border, set it to none. So we don't have the border anymore. So we need to add const on these two. Let's have our hint text. We're going to say send message. Okay, so here it's supposed to be message. So let's say we don't have anything in here. This is what we're going to see. So we want to style our hint a little bit. So we have to provide hint style. So we're going to use our app style, and then we want to give it a size of 12. The color, we want to make it a little bit grayish. So it's supposed to be dot value over here. Let's go with light green. Let's see. Our font weight, it has to be normal. Okay, that is a little bit too much. Let's go with dark. Okay, that'll do. So if you write something, then let's try to just put a lowercase here. Okay, that'll do. So I think that's all that we need to do here. If we have any changes that we need to make, then we are going to make them. So here, this is the function that we're going to call to send a message. Okay, let's try to add const over here. Okay, so trouble is here, initializing these two. Okay, trouble is here. So you have to, like, on a regular basis, we just do it like this. Okay, like required this dot, then the name of the parameter. But for this text editing controller and focus node, we have to initialize them here like that, and then we can be able to use them. Okay, so we are done with this part. Next, we're going to focus on creating our message bubbles. Okay, so we're going to have the one for the left and the one for the right, but since they're going to be the same, the changes that we're going to make after we created one, they're slightly low. Okay, slightly little. So we're just going to create one and make some changes to it while we're creating the other one. Okay, let's do one more thing. What we want to do, we want to go to our browser, and in our browser we want to go to pub.dev, and we want to get UUID. Okay, so we need to install this package. We want to try something. So I'm going to just copy these lines of code, go back to the project, and what I'm going to do here, I'm going to paste them here, and I'm going to put this here. Okay, it seems like we already have it, but if you don't have it, then probably you need to go ahead and install. Okay, so if you go to pubspec YAML, let's see. Okay, I have it here, UUID, but if you don't have it, please install. You have to install the package. Okay, so here, when we are setting a message, compiling this message, we want to include an ID. So this ID is going to be UUID dot. So I'm going to take v4. Okay. So I'm going to push a v4 UUID as the message ID. Okay. So here, if we visit our page, this page, v4, it comes like this. Okay. It's a random ID. Let's go to examples. V7 comes like this, but V4 would do. Okay. So just to run a test, what we can do here, we can just come here and we print. We want to print UUID dot v4. So we just want to print a random ID to see how it looks. So let's pull this up. Okay, so our ID is going to be like this. Okay, so that's exactly what we need. So let's get rid of that. Let's go to Firebase Services. Let's see whether we're pushing a message. When you're pushing a message here, we should push the ID as well. Message ID. Let's go to job details page. So when we're creating this, let's see, message type. Here we have our last message. So here we're creating chat data. Okay, so it's okay. After creating, then we create a chat room here with the chat data. So we're not using this, so it's okay. So hopefully it won't cause an error. So what we're going to do here, we're going to just go back to our home page. Here we want to visit Firebase. We want to delete this. Okay. Okay. Now that our chat is gone, we go back, job details. Okay, we're not pushing it here. So we just need to create a chart. Apply for a job. Okay. This is the job that we just created now. So that's our time. Okay. So we don't have an error. So that's okay. So here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to just close this page. I just want to send a message. We're not going to be displaying the message here, but we're going to just send the message, and we want to check that message content inside of our database. Okay, so let's close all the unnecessary. So we need this page. So we have this, what do you call it? We have this one here. Okay, so we want to call the function send message, send text. So when we're sending a text, we're going to run send message. Okay, so that's going to be our message. We press send. So here it's unfocused. Okay, so we need to go to our database. Let's refresh. We should have a chat because we created a chat and our chat is showing. And even here, our last message has been updated to this message that we sent. Okay, so what's weird is like we are not seeing anything in our database. Probably it's because of my connection or something, but everything is working fine here. So what we can do, okay, we don't have the streamers yet, but okay, let's work on how we are going to display the messages first, and then we can try to solve the problem related to our database here. Okay, let's just add something random. Auto ID field. Okay, we added something. Let's send another message. So if we go back here, our message has changed. So that means we are successfully sending the data. But here in our database, we are not getting anything. Let's see. Now this one is different. So we use this one. It's pretty weird that it's not showing anything. So if we go to, let's just go to this file, Android, Google Services. Okay, that's the right name of the application and everything is okay. So we should be seeing something in our database. But anyways, it's something that we can fix later on. As long as we are getting our messages here, then that's okay. we'll fix it whenever we need to use it. So here we need to create a chat left item, and it has to be a .dot file. Okay. Okay. Now that we created that, we need to go ahead and work inside. So inside, we need to go ahead and create a widget, and this widget should have a name, chat left item, and it takes in parameters and returns something. So it takes in arguments. So here we're going to have a string, and this string is going to be of type, just the name type. It's going to be the message type, whether it's a text, whether it's an image, it's something that you can handle in here. And we're going to have another one, a string, and it's going to be a message. We're also going to have another string for the profile. Okay, so right inside we need to go ahead and return a stack. After returning a stack, we need to have our children. So our first child is going to be a container. So here, that's going to be our first child, and our next child after that is going to be a positioned widget. Okay, so I'm going to deal with the positioned widget first, and then we can deal with our container. So our positioned widget is the smallest widget of these two widgets that we're going to put in here. So positioned, for our child, we're going to take a circular avatar, not this circular avatar, but this one. Okay, so we're going to have a width. No, this is width. Oh no, it's supposed to be our image first. So our image is supposed to be mapped to the profile. Our width is going to be 20, as well as our height. Okay, and we need to position it to the left, and we need to give it a value of 4, like that. So we need to work inside of our container. So inside of this container, we're going to require a padding first. Okay, so this is padding. Padding takes padding. So here we're going to have agencies dot only. Instead of having only, let's have from left, top, right, and bottom. Okay, to the left, we're going to give it a 15. Let's import screen utils here. To the top, we're going to give it a 10. To the right, we're just going to go with 0 here. And to the bottom, we're going to give it a 10, like that. After that, we need to give our container a child. So our child is going to be a row widget. Instead of this row, we're going to require main axis alignment, not main, but main axis alignment. And our main axis alignment has to be start, okay? And we're going to require children. In our children, our first child is going to be a constraint box, because we need to set constraints of like how, like the length of our message chat bubble. Okay, so for constraints, we take box constraints. Okay, box constraints. So here we want to have a max width, so we were going to give it a max width of 230. As for the height, max height, it's mean height. We're going to give it a mean height of 40. That's the initial height before anything. Okay, let's say we just have like a one message. So the height is going to take, if it is one line, is going to be 40. Okay. So right inside our box constraints, we're going to pass a child. Right outside of our box constraints here, our constraint box takes a child, and our child is a widget. So here we want to have a container. So inside of our container, we're going to go ahead and have a margin. So this margin, we're going to have a agencies dot only. We want to manipulate top, and we're going to give it 10. So it's supposed to be 10.w, and we want to manipulate the right side as well. So for the right side, we're going to give it 10.w as well. Okay, so that's what we need to do then, and we need to give it a padding as well. So for padding, we're going to give it top, left, and right. Okay, so we might as well use this for left and right. For the bottom, we're going to just go with a 0. To the right, we're going to give it 10. To the top, we're also going to give it a 10. And to the left, we're going to give it a 10, like that, okay? So right underneath, we're going to take in decoration. So for decoration, we're going to have box decoration. Instead of a box decoration, we're going to take a gradient. So here, we're going to have a linear gradient. It's supposed to be a linear gradient, okay? So for linear gradient, we require colors. So this should be a list of colors. So inside of our lists, so first we're going to have colors dot. It's supposed to be from ARGB, and we're going to have 255.106. It's supposed to be 106, 185, 231. That's going to be our first color. So let's see, why do we have an error? Gradient. Okay, let's add another color since we supposed to be color here. That's why we do have an error, not colors. Okay, so let's add back our console over here. We can push it to box decoration here. Okay, so we don't have an error anymore. So here, our second color start with 255, and here we're going to have 140, 185, and we're going to have 229 here. Okay, right after that, we're going to have this same color at the bottom. So we need to just add a comma, paste the color here. We can just format the code. Let's save that. And we need to have a comma here, and we're going to have transform. So here we're going to have gradient rotation. We want to rotate our gradient to 120. And we're still in our decoration. So here we're going to have border radius dot all, and then radius dot circular, and we're going to give it a 10. Remove the const, put it down since we've used Spring Utils here. Okay, so that's all that we need to do over there. So we're in a container, right? So we need to give our container a child. So our child is going to be a text, but we need to check the type. Okay, if type is equals to text, this is supposed to be a string. Then we're going to go ahead and have a text widget. Our data is supposed to be the message, and we need to add app style. Okay, here we don't need this, but if you want to go ahead and use it, you can. Let's just make it a little bit less complicated. We just want to handle our text, but if you have another type like an image, or like if we say we want to go ahead and expand our application a little bit so that we can send files, that's when our type comes in play. For now, let's keep it minimal. So we need to add style, and for style we're going to take the app style. As for app style, we're going to give it a size of 12, and the color has to be white. Okay, colors.white here, and the font weight, it has to be normal, like that. So let's save that. We're done with our chat left item. Okay, so we're going to just copy everything that we have in here, create a new widget, and we're going to call it chat right item, and it has to be a .dot file. Let's paste whatever we copied from the other one, and let's change this name to right. Okay, so we can change the name here so that we won't have this error that we have. Okay, so it has to start with a lowercase. Let's save that. Let's make this a lowercase as well, like that. So we want to deal with our right. Okay, so in our right, what we're going to do, we're going to have two colors here. Okay, but they're going to be different from the colors that we have on the other end. So here I'm going to have OXFF added 3. Here I'm going to have 2 8s, 1E3. Okay. Let's add 2 here. We want to make it a little bit lighter. FF228, FF321. Okay, that's the color. And right at the bottom, we're going to have 131. And here, we're going to have 182. And here, we're going to have 245. Okay, so that's the change that we need to make here. And we need to adjust. Here. It's going to remain the same. Let's see. We have margin right here. We want right and top. Okay, so our top has to be 0. But anyways, the best way is to start from the top. We have our left is 15, our right is 0, bottom is 10. Then okay, this is okay, this is okay, but we need to handle our margin with care. So here, our margin top, we're going to have 10. Top. Okay, let's remove top here. We're going to have a top of 0. So it's same as not available, right? We're going to have 10. So that's okay. And these ones remains the same. Left, right, and top. And here remains a 0. So that's okay. Everything else remains the same. Okay. So right now, since we are done with these two, we can go ahead and try to put them here. Okay. Display all our messages. At the same time, we might visit our Firebase so that we can figure out what's going on. And break inside of our stack, we need to go ahead and have a stream right on top of this widget. Okay. So what we're going to do, we're going to return a padding. Okay. So in our padding, we want to give it an edge inserts. It's supposed to be edge inserts dot only. We want to manipulate the bottom, and we have to give it a bottom of 6 like that. Okay, let's add a comma here. We want to add another comma right here, and we need a child. So our child is going to be a stream. Okay, so that's going to be our stream. Okay, so let's get rid of the initial data. So let's go ahead on top. Okay, here we can close these actions. We want to have another stream here. Okay, so our final stream is going to be a chat stream. Chats. So our collection is going to be chats. And here we need chat ID. Okay, so this is the chat room ID. And we need to access messages. And we have to order by time. Okay, so let's just save. So here we're going to go ahead and have chats as our stream. So inside, and before we return, we want to do what we did before. We want to check whether we do have something or not. So first, we're going to check if snapshot has error. Okay, so here, let's remove this asynchronous snapshot. If snapshot dot has error, then we're just going to return a text. Okay, it's supposed to be return here. We're going to return a text. In our text, we want to have our error displayed. Okay, so here add the $, and we display snapshot.error like that. So let's go ahead and close it. It's supposed to be error here. So just take note dot error. Okay. At the bottom, let's go ahead and have else if. Else if connection state is supposed to be snapshot dot connection state is equals to connection state dot waiting. Then we're going to just display we're going to let's return sizebox dot shrink. We don't want anything to show up there. So here we're going to have another option, else if we have nothing in our snapshot, then snapshot.data.docs is empty. So if this condition is equals to true, let's add a now checker here. Okay, add the now checker. If the condition is true, then we are going to go ahead and return sizebox.shrink as well. Let's add const over here and let's close it here. So the last scenario is whereby we have our data. Okay, so if we have our data, we're going to just return, right? So what we want to return here, we want to go ahead and return a column. Let's have a column. Our column takes children. So let's go ahead and close it down here first. So our first child is going to be a container. Let's give our container a height. So we're going to give it a height of height multiplied by 0.6. Let's go with 0.64. So it has to be multiplication here. Let's give it a padding. Our padding, we're going to have agencies.all. We have to give it a value of 8, like that. And let's have a child. Okay. So our child is going to be a scrollable positioned list. So that's another package that we need to install. Okay, instead of returning a list view builder, that's what we are going to display. So if we visit here our pub.dev, okay, then we go to search scrollable position list, the first one on top, go to install. So here we can just copy this, go back to our application. In our application, we need to add this here, and then we install. Okay, we're going to add it to our dependencies. Okay, so it has been installed. So right here, what we need to do, let's bring this down and let's close this. We're going to have a scrollable position dot list view builder. So we need item count and we need item builder. So for our count is going to be the length of whatever we are getting from our snapshot. So what I want to do here, okay, we can have int length is equals to, okay, so that's going to be our length. So that's going to be our count, or we can just call it count here, message count. That would make sense. Message count, and we use our message count. In our builder, we're going to have context and index, and we're supposed to return something. So here we need to include initial scroll index is going to be message count. Okay, so when we open the page, then we're going to scroll to the last message. Okay, so we need to create an item scroll controller. Okay, so we need to go ahead and create it right on top. Okay, so here we're going to have final item scroll controller. Now we can call it item controller. Okay, like that. And we're going to put this here. Okay, so now we need our return value. So as for return, we're going to need to access the messages and then store one message in here. Okay, is equals to, okay, message count, not message count, but it's going to be snapshots dot data dot docs doc, and here we need our index. So let's add a now check over here and let's close this. So we do have our message here. Okay, so right at the bottom, we're going to return. So first we want to return a padding. So padding takes padding. So our padding here, we need to give it a padding on all sides. So we're going to use agencies.all. Let's give it a value of 8, like that, add a comma, and then we're going to add a child over here. So our first child is going to be, not our first child, our only child is going to be a column. Inside of this column, we're going to have children. So first, right at the top, we want to display the time with which where the message was sent. So we're going to have a text, and for text, we're going to call our function, and we need to provide this value here. Okay, so it takes in date time. So we have to convert our timestamp to date time. So let's do it right here on top. So we're going to have a timestamp is equals to last chat time. So our last chat time is going to come from this message, okay? And we need to access time. Let's close it here. We need to remove this equal sign. So we need to further process this time. At the bottom, we're going to have another variable, date time. We call it chat time is equals to last chat time dot to date, and we push our chat time here. Okay, so we got 3 errors. Let's see. Now we don't have any errors. Okay, so our time is not displaying, but we don't have the text. So let's say we send this message here. It's going to show here the time. Okay, so what we can do, we need to add style here. Add style. Let's give it a size of 10. Let's give it a color. So here we're going to go with a gray color. So colors.gray. Font weight is going to be normal. Okay, like that. So that's our first child in our column. So now we want to handle our second child. Okay, so our second child, we need to access the message and get sender. Okay, after getting the sender, if the sender is equals to user ID, user UID, then we are going to go ahead and display a chat right item. Okay, else we're going to display a chat left item like that. So here we need to change this. So we need our type. So our type is going to come from this. So it's supposed to be message type, and our message is going to be message. Okay, so here what we can do, we can just say message in here. Okay, like that. And our profile, message profile. So we need to check whether we send it as a profile or, okay, it's a profile. Okay, cool. So let's just copy the props that we have here, and we need to paste them in here because they are the same, and then we save. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so we are scrolled to the last message. If you send another one, then we have our message here. So we only have one user just sending messages. So what we can do, we want to fix that problem we have in our backend. So we might need to, if you're facing the same problem, then to fix it, you need to reconnect your application to your Firebase. So we've shown the process before using Firebase CLI. So you can just repeat the same process and connect it. So that's what I'm going to do, and then we can come and test this application with two simulators, with 2 devices. Okay, but so far so good. I want to do something here. Okay, print won't help, won't work, but we can print here. We want to see whether our IDs were stored or not, because we didn't get to see because our database had some problems. Okay, so we have our message IDs. So like if we send another message here, let's check. Our last one is 619. Okay, now we have 016.